Hello.
Check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. We finally got some audio up in.
Check 1, 2. I hear you. Can you hear me? I need confirmation,
Yes.
Houston. Houston, can you come in?
We are good.
We are good.
We are very good.
We are very good.
Awesome.
That's such a delay.
Wow. I tell you, technology can be fun sometimes.
I got audio on my channel.
Yes.
Wow, that is delayed.
Yeah, there's always
got audio on your channel.
Good delay going on there.
Mm-hmm. The coffee spilled.
Yeah.
The audio. Audio updates to manage us sounding more like we got some serious equipment going on. And it was so serious, it just silenced us.
It was too good. Too good to be true.
It was.
We'll deal with that later. But until then, obviously, we have a very interesting stream for y'all.
Yeah, because now you sound high.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a whistle. Oh, I don't know, like cracking your voice when you're trying to like talk to a cute girl. You're like,
well, no.
Yeah, well, I meant when you're like in middle school or something, that age, maybe high school. Well, some adults do have that problem too. Anywho, hi, welcome. We're gonna sit and talk about a family tree papers. We're going to talk about DNA testing. And we're going to talk about what we do know with my family tree, his family tree. And we have it pinned in the chat to do kind of an open panel, but that's kind of further down the line of getting the ball rolling. So we're going to roll the intro and come right back. We're going to roll it with that DNA double helix. Roll. Get it? Rolling,
where is
rolling,
it?
rolling.
No way we can.
Rolling. Fucking biscuit. None of this.
How you say your name? Young Mooski?
Yes. Yes, it is. And we got JJ just
I'm rolling.
jamming to the beat.
I got
Welcome,
the
everybody.
song. That was actually the same, damn near the same length as
Yeah.
our intro. I had to go listen to the song because I got stuck in my head. So I was rolling with the biscuits. So
Yeah.
and it
All
went
right.
with the same beat as much as it's a rock tune. Went with our easy going, and it was on the same beat. So
Yeah.
losing my
Well,
train of thought.
well,
Yes,
we
welcome.
are. Yes, we are going to get into it. As you can tell, we got the DNA strand behind me
We are easy peasy, rolling,
in the buffer
breezy,
zone.
and exactly what Shifty Ice said.
Yes.
There is a school of thought. The DNA tests are BS.
Yes.
And it pretty much hits it on the nose for where I'm standing right now, depending on where you go with it. More so when I'm listening to YouTube University, people sharing their crap. These experts talk about lineage and ancestry, finding things out wise. Now, I don't see in recent connections of saying, yes, you are the parent. I think that's all they can really work with to say we're going to get into a couple of videos that I found and kind of think and speculate and just be like, I see what you did there. But a lot of us still kind of go, I don't see us being too far off of calling each other.
What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin! What's up, cousin? What's up? Boy, I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
What's up, cousin? I will say that one of the videos, well, I'll say three, I got three, but conclusion, especially with one of the videos of what they were saying, made me and Joe go, what's up, cousin? We are all very much related, either it's 1% or 99%. So let's see how this one plays.
What up, cousin? How you feeling?
What's up? How you doing? What's up, family? What's up, cousins? I got my
What's
little
up,
banner.
fam?
The banner running across the bottom because I was so funny. Like, what are all those nicknames, right? That's all that would fit because I have all the little dots. I probably could fit more with the slashes, but then I can't read it very much. So, that was in the question I had in the first time we tried to go live was, what is your reputation in your family? It popped in my head, so I have to do that now. Let's try and type and talk. So go ahead, you talk, babe, so I can type and spell.
Oh, about mine?
And buffer. No, just
Yeah.
talk. Just whatever.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, yeah, obviously we're talking about DNA, family heritage, if you will, right? And I guess I could just start off technically, might as well, with my family. I found out in my early years that my father, my old man, was adopted at a very young age along with his brother. Luckily, they were not split apart. I guess there was some exception rule, whatever you want to call it, that they keep the brothers together, going through the system. Well, they apparently made that happen, luckily.
Wow.
Anyway, so pretty much at some point in my 20s, I got very curious and going, I know who my dad is. I know who my mom is. But sometimes you're like, who are your parents? Where did we come from? Is there those questions will start lurking in your mind. And, well, I finally got the gall, I guess, to ask him and go, hey, do you mind if I go out and check, and see what I can find out? Because one thing that the court system screwed up on was the last name on apparently my dad's certificate, which, I'm not doxing. That ain't gonna happen, folks. But they did put apparently the correct last name down instead of the adopted name. So lucky us, I was able to do that or use that and basically go looking and searching high and low. And my father gave me permission after bugging him. He didn't care to know. He
We
said,
were gonna do it anyways. We were just trying to be respectful.
yeah, yeah, because I don't, he's my dad, and if he didn't want to know, that's fine. He said,
Yeah.
if you want to know, that's fine. Just leave me out of it if it's, whatever type of news, which, I get.
Yeah, if
And
it was bad,
long,
gruesome, and whatever, we were
long,
just gonna be like, we couldn't find anything because it wasn't
I'm,
gonna be worth
yeah, I'm
what
not going to
he.
get too detailed into it, but
Yeah.
kind of basically, I did enough research where I did what you would call boots on ground, and I found a living relative right there on the spot, which was just shocking, even to that said individual, because they were like, "Holy crap, we've been looking for you guys forever." Well, whatever. To me, none of that matters,
It
right?
was a true statement, but if you see how hard I just rolled
Yes,
my eyes, the truth comes out
but
when you hang around and
we
ask
did.
questions.
We did find out a majority of information. Now, basically, as I would say, there's like a funny thing about the South sometimes is that you married your cousin, literally, like first cousin, like stuff like that. So I get the whatever
In the
about it.
north,
It is kind
in
of
the
funny.
woods, in the
This
sticks,
was this
it's
was
kind of
more.
everywhere.
Yeah, this was more apparently in the north, and it wasn't that bad, but it kind of was, so to speak. There was mingling apparently within whatever.
The
So,
branch doesn't spread out far from the trunk. That's what
uh,
we were told at the we found a family reunion
yeah,
later that year with a part of your dad's family, mother's side of the family tree. I was standing there going, "Did you just say what I think you said?"
yeah,
I showed up, and in 10 minutes, I'm ready to like bubble wrap my kids, sanitize them, and leave. Because I'm like, the branch doesn't spread far from the trunk or the
no,
tree. I'm like, they
that was
couldn't have been
hilarious.
nicer of being upfront and honest, but
Yeah,
damn.
but bottom line, the bottom line of I'm still glad that I figured out what I could. Unfortunately, it's one of those you're gonna have more questions than answers even to this day because there's so many stories about how this happened between how there's uh inner family conflict. Well,
No,
yeah, this is
there's
this
no
is
drama.
bad. This is bad. So
Oh
it is what it is.
my
I
god.
learned what I learned out of it, and that's really all that matters. I wish I could have figured out a few more things, but oh well. Um, so mine, I would say, has a colorful background, and again, it is what
Oh
it
my
is.
god.
However, I would say, JJ is a little different
Mine's more
story.
wholesome.
And
Can you imagine that? Mine's more wholesome.
yeah, so we're talking about this today, kind of in conjunction to possibly JJ's background or possible background. And well, what do you got? While I
What do
drink
I
my
got?
coffee.
I'll do something fun right now. I will do share screen. I'm gonna go backwards and work forward. Maybe I don't know. I'm just not a patient person to share something that I'm excited about. So, can you see that?
Yep.
Are we on the side with
Yeah.
the picture? You just want to make it big really quick. Just this is 3 greats. I gotta find the paper. I'm flipping through them. I got too many papers. I got too many relatives. I got too many dead relatives. Where the hell did it go? It's hard to keep them in order, basically. It's not even the last one. So this is my. I know I wrote it down. I still can't. Even when I reread it, I can't follow. Oh, there. No. I even color coded it. I can't follow this. And I can't pull it. So my dad's mother's my great grandma. I think it goes to the father's side. And then yep. Okay, so father's side, mother. It's usually mother. This is at least my 3rd great grandmother. I'm not sure if it technically, I always get confused with 3rd or the 4th. It sounds like a riddle to me, but I found this photo by going onto Ancestry.com. I filled out all this wonderful paperwork for the family tree that my aunt did in 1978. She had to do it in one semester for a college class that she did. She had to do it in 1978 by mail, phone calls, but mostly by mail. She lived in Michigan. She had to get a hold of the records in different counties throughout Texas. And she tried getting hold of the Choctaw Indian reservation in Oklahoma. Was it reservation?
Yeah.
Yeah. I always think it's a different word. In Oklahoma. But in 1978, it's a lot more paperwork. Digitally speaking, things get a little easier when it comes to looking for stuff. When we were finding Joe's family, we did Ancestry.com 8 years ago. And I hadn't looked at the thing since. They made some recently, I'll call them great updates to their free stuff, because you do have to pay for the bonuses of information. And I get it. It's a lot of work. So to the free stuff of building a tree and getting some connections, a lot of shit started popping up, and it matched up with all of the information my aunt put together that in 1978, her grandmother and great-grandmother were still around. So it was confirmation through just having your relatives around and alive to remember and write down as much as you possibly could. But they didn't have any photographs of certain back then descendants. So this is Choctaw. Relative of mine, and let's say my great, not a great aunt, my actual grandmother of 3 greats. And I was looking for the one where, oh, there it is. I kept blowing by. I was so excited. So she was born in the year of 1824. And roughly looking at how old she looks like how I feel, probably in her 40s at this time. It was an incredible find. When it popped up, when I was typing in her child's name that is connected to her, it pops up with a suggestion of, we think we know who so-and-so's parents are. And it stopped me because all of the information that popped up was sitting there with the picture. And I love photographs. I love pictures. And I'll tell you right now, even in the little bitty box, I'm sitting there looking at how my dad looks, my aunt looks, my grandma, their mother looks. And I have a black and white photocopy of what their grandma looks, my great grandma looks like. And it's the T-zone, obviously, that stands out. But I'm looking at her nose and I'm like, that's my nose. I have my dad's nose, which is like his mother's nose. And it's I don't want to say zigzagging through the family tree of looking at this picture of, I'll just say her name was Carico. And I'm sitting there going, I look like I'm looking at my dad and my grandma and my aunt. I could see through this connection of just saying that is a relative. It's super exciting, but at the same time, as excited as I was to like see, it's like the proof is in the pudding of touching and seeing and feeling. It was like, I don't want to be overly excited, but this was like 99% Yahoo! I had such relief. And I told Joe, because he was sleeping there the whole time, I was like typing us all in and looking at stuff. Other people are connecting, putting the stuff up and scanning stuff. I was like, I felt like I found something that I lost, but I didn't know I lost it. It was really weird. And it was just, to me, it was like, damn, what a crazy feeling to go through. As I was always curious, but I never really, I guess I never really believed too much into it, because I look at how I look very European. And even to myself, I'm judgmental towards how I look and act and appear. And even I don't like my dad, his mom, my aunt, they all have that distinct features that really like tell and show, especially my grandma. Like, she's also my dad, my aunt, my grandma, they're at least like, they're tall. They are tall folks. So there's something in the stature, the stance of saying, I don't know how tall she looks, but it was just a crazy cool find. See the photograph, and I shared it with my aunt and my dad, and they're all like, oh, cool. Who's that? And I tell them, and they're like, oh, that's neat. They don't share the same experience, and I was really bummed out. I'm like, we've never seen a picture of her. This is her. She's got your nose. And the serious, like, mother woman, I'll call it bitch face. That's where I get it from. It'd probably be my given name, bitch face. It's like, you are pissed, or you've got that parent look. You've got this look goes through my family lineage. I said, my grandma, she's 97 years old right now, and she has that resting, it's resting bitch face. That's
Yeah, That's one way to put it. And yes, she is still very much alive.
Yeah, she's 97. I didn't say was.
She's alive and kicking.
And this is her great-great-grandmother. It would be my third grandmother. And I'm just like, how cool of a find is that? For me, to say, yeah, absolutely. I was excited about it. So with that, I'd also called the Choctaw Reservation in Oklahoma. Well, I actually didn't. Joe did. Because he's like, takes the trash out, and he's like, I'm curious. And he's talking to somebody walking back, and he's like, here, talk to them. Talk to who? Who did you call? And he's like, oh, I called the reservation in Oklahoma and asked for the genealogy department. And this nice lady I'm talking on the phone with can help you ask some questions. I'm like, he always does this where it's a very ADHD of him to be like out in the middle of nowhere to call, walk in and say, here, talk to them. I don't know who it is and what I'm supposed to talk to them about. And I don't know what questions you already asked that you can already give me the answers to, but he's not good with go, well, I know I asked. I do have the answer. I'm just not ready to like share it. It's like, so to ask, kind of ask the same questions over again. And
I'm like, I'm
okay.
processing it myself still, so.
I'm like, okay, so what they go by with the scrolls was the rolls. I always call it scrolls. They have the rolls. Just a weird name. In 1889 to 1906, they had the open rolls through the government to whoever wanted to sign up and whatever. They have that information if the name's in there. They also have their own information. So when she sent me an email, said fill this out with whatever names you have. A little spot in the bottom. Little spot on the bottom with any extra details. Just fill in here. And I'm like, that little spot on the bottom isn't big enough. Anyway, I did ask her about DNA testing. And she said, we get phone calls all the time from people who've taken the DNA test, and they are told that they are some kind of percentage indigenous to North America. And they ask, how do I find out which tribe? And she's the head of genealogy. I think the head of genealogy department on the Choctaw Reservation. And she goes, there's no DNA test to figure that out. She said, what you need is paperwork. You need somebody who has the family Bible or the family book with all of it written down and falling out with the name. There is no DNA test that's going to tell you what tribe you're from. And she backed it up with saying she took a DNA test. Her husband took a DNA test. Several people took DNA tests to figure out where this misinformation was coming from. Because I was like on the fence. I just messed up with my paperwork. I was on the fence for DNA testing until I was like, okay, maybe this will work. Maybe I just go ahead and give it a whirl. So really we were calling to ask Indian Reservation, which DNA test is the best test to figure shit out? She said none, because you're not going to be told which tribe. She said it can be North America, South America, closer to Mexico, closer to one coast to the other. they're similar. I want to say what we found out as I was listening to experts share their insight of chromosome shared splitting, something or other information. I understand why and how they can't pinpoint it for I want to say various reasons, a few simple reasons. One of the videos when I listened to it said they can't go back but 3 buffers. I'm just gonna have to like do that. They can't go back but 3, maybe 4 generations with DNA, and it's a guessing game. It's fun for the scientists. They have a kick. They have a ball because but it depends on which the DNA test you use goes to that specific database, to their software that might be connected to what they're doing now is making the software connection from like Ancestry.com to whatever company they're collaborating with. Wow. See, I think recent DNA stuff of finding siblings and cousins, and that's pretty much all you can. The whole going back to a certain point, it all depends on how much information. That's what the other video said.
Yeah.
One expert said he himself is a genealogist, science. I forgot all the terms. DNA specialist. I'm just going to use my simple-minded means. DNA specialist for chromosome, whatever. He said they ask question. It's a surveillance survey. Good grief. They ask you a survey of questions. They want to know what you know. And the more you give them, the more they can help you. You see what they did there? You see what they did there? I was like, that's like walking in the doctor's office and they're like, hey, the more you give me, the more I can help you. It's old school. It's analog. It's pen and paper, pencil, maybe pencil. It's got to erase things sometimes. And paper. For them to triangulate any connections that surveillance to, perhaps. I know, right?
Really?
Similar
really?
play on words, honestly. See, a little slip of the tongue. The truth is there, even if I didn't know it. Oh, it's so funny. But yeah, finding recent siblings or cousins, and I guess recently stuff. It also brings up family drama, unless I want to say unless your parents are very, very open about having an open relationship. And what was it called back in the 70s? Diana Ross sang about it. A love child. Besides saying out of wedlock, it's not even just out of wedlock. It's a love child. It's a child out of an affair or something. Like it is. It is kind of like watching. I think Maury did it more than Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Now
Maury did it.
We have those. I'm gonna call them little shows. I can't remember the judge's name. I'm gonna call it Family Court. They're constantly taking DNA tests to prove whether or not you are the father, because it's recent stuff of splitting chromosome. I can't even say it. I almost said Chronos. I'm like, there's another play on words, a chromosome, the Chronos. Oh my gosh. That made me lose my thought. So, okay, I was talking about the information that the genealogy department at the Indian Reservation of Choctaw Indian reservation in Oklahoma gave me is, unless I knew the names that are in my family lineage, ancestries, there's no 100%, 90%, 80%. There's no way to tell that my ancestors from Choctaw or Creek or Navajo or any specific anything. So it is unfortunate for a lot of people who don't know how to find their ancestors. But it is fortunate to say I do think the technology can help you find recent relatives instead of long ago relatives. Because if you can find or siblings, or maybe half siblings, and cousins and stuff, it is kind of piecing the puzzle together, but there's still a lot of holes in it. But when it comes to the ancestry stuff, with the DNA stuff, and even health related stuff, I'm sitting here with like very skeptical look on my face.
Yeah.
I'm reading the pop up. That's what I like pop up. Like you used to watch VH1 pop ups when you learn so much about the video, the music video. It popped up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was trying to read it before actually sharing it on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing about I want to say digging into the past in general can be more than what people want to know. It really can. More than likely, that's probably generally what ends up happening is the past is like I want to say hidden for a reason, so to speak.
It's very traumatic, and it gets kind of.
So I'm sure that somebody at some point had their reasons, right, for hiding certain things from individuals because
Well,
yeah,
in the
trauma.
family
Who knows?
story, that my aunt had to dig up and write about, she had to turn the whole story in. Shortly after so and so got married. Where is it? Okay, there it is. So and so got married, and I love this date, 1888. Pops up in all the other research I do too. After they got married in 1888, there was an involvement between the husband and some other folks that involved a shooting death, and the couple left for Texas. From Oklahoma to Texas, there's scandal and drama and Wild Wild West kind of feel, and I'm sitting there going like, okay. I'm very sorry for your loss. I just unexpected news to come out of this left field going, what? It was a different world back then too, to go that far back. It was a different world. Definitely kind of look at it like the Wild West, Wild West, and situations, and doesn't say what the reason was, what the fight or argument was about, but or if they had to leave or just wanted to leave. I mean, just it's a death. It's of somebody else. It doesn't even say if it's in the family or in the neighborhood or on the reservation. There's a lot of questions sometimes going, how close or how far is that connection of who ended up dying? But for the most part, as I read through the story, very traditional roles. of what the husband, father did, the wife, mother did, farming, housekeeping, midwife to the other women giving birth in the town, to whether they had 1 kid, 3 kids, or 8 kids. The farm, mostly it was farming and seamstress. Not much else going on except for if they traveled and moved around for, we gotta find food and water, survival.
And coffee, hopefully.
Whatever they did for coffee back then. So, I guess we can just jump into. I will screen present share these videos that I found. I found more, but I just go by simple, interesting.
I want to say during these videos, if anybody else wants to hop up here with us, we're gonna do
Genetic
open
testing.
panel.
I paused it.
We're gonna do open panel for anyone who wants to hop up here with us, talk about what's being said. Maybe you got your own ideas to share.
Yeah, no biggie. With sharing, talking ideas, or just what am I saying? Disagreeing, confirm, deny. I don't even know anymore. All of a sudden, my brain's like shorting out. So, the first video is how is genetic testing done from Mount Sinai Health System. It's a minute, really. But hear what he has to say. Oh, I got captions. Hang on. It always helps me focus too.
Is done by taking some sort of sample. The most common thing done in an office would be a blood sample. Sometimes it could be asking you to spit into a tube so that they use the saliva. And then that sample is sent off to a DNA testing lab where the first thing they do is take the DNA out of the cells that are in that sample.
That always sounds weird to me. Take the DNA out of the cells.
Out of this.
It sounds weird because it's not like semi-familiar language of how they describe and talk about things, because they're talking to like simple-minded folks like myself. It's sometimes weird how they talk about it. Not to mention this guy looks like Mr. Gates.
And then they go ahead and do some sort of
I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, he does look like Mr.
He has a resemblance going on. Let me back it up.
out of the cells that are in that sample, and then they go ahead and do some sort of genetic analysis to.
I love that. Some sort of. See, it's a minute long, and that caught me off right away. Some sort of. It's above my pay grade. Some sort of genetic analyst.
See whether they can explain the disorder you have. It can also be done in other settings. So, for example, people who have cancer sometimes will have a removal of that tumor or just a biopsy of it. And same thing, they can remove DNA from it. And once they have the DNA, they can test for changes that might explain something about why that cancer is there and why it's growing.
So they remove.
It's going to explain why the cancer is there. That's intriguing in itself. They're going to explain why it's even there.
Remove the DNA from it. Like it's its own entity. Once they have the DNA from it, they can test for changes that. I know I'm skipping. I'm like,
That might explain something about why that cancer is there and
it might explain why it's there.
Why it's growing.
I got my own theories on my
Dr. Bruce Gelb. I'm a pediatric cardiologist who specializes in the genetics of heart problems in babies and children.
That's wonderful. That's basically his credentials. But that little bit, sometimes that's all you need, that little bit in less than a minute of, it's some sort of testing. I like how we said some sort of, like, yeah, something, some sort of something. Little bits of information. So I kept looking, and even this guy.
Hi, this is Dr. Bertalan Meskó, the medical futurist, and today I want to talk about what having a genetic test is like.
Right? And then there's this dumbass cartoon, because we're simple-minded folks, to try and get you into taking a test.
Like Human Genome Project in the 1990s. It took more than a decade and $3 billion to accomplish its goals.
Wow. What were its goals for $3 billion?
But in 2003, we finally had the first human genome sequenced. Now,
wait, this shit's been going on for over 100 years, and it took that long?
Did he just say 2003?
Yeah.
That don't even make. That's got to be a bold-faced lie.
We finally had the first human genome sequence.
And my mouse still isn't working right. Yeah, in 2003, they.
Now you might. In 2003, we finally had the first human genome sequenced.
The first. But they were talking about. No, well, okay, human. I still don't think it was still human. We talk about this shit in Jurassic Park. That movie came out in 91. And that's for things that don't exist anymore. Because it's all hypothetical. It's all science fiction. Is it? Is it Gattaca? Was it Gattaca? And then there was the island. Like the science fiction movies of truth and realism, like, oh, we didn't get it till 2003.
Now you might wonder what it all means. The genome is the collection of our genetic information, 3.2 billion base pairs. It's the blueprint of every organism. Your cells work based on the instructions they get from that blueprint. The human...
Okay, it's just information, just to... Sure. I like a little blueprint, like it was constructed somehow, right? Like Jay-Z's blueprint.
Genome Project deciphered most of these instructions and gained insight to what makes you, you. Skip ahead a few years and we had the first direct-to-consumer tests.
Skip ahead a few years and they had the first direct-to-consumer test. Skip ahead a few years, nothing to see here.
That cost close to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Skip a few more years ahead, and genetic testing now costs only about $200. Let's see how they work.
A little cheaper. Another reason why I didn't just jump on the bandwagon and do it. Like, my mom did it. And it was like 5 years ago. She had her test results and she's looking at them and she's like, look, I did it. I spit in a tube and this are the results that came back. Very European. And nothing direct link. It's all guessing percentages. Oh, and that's what happened when we were talking. I was talking to the lady from the Choctaw Reservation in Oklahoma to say what she thought. I asked her personally, what do you think about DNA testing ancestry wise? And she said, well, an overall view, I guess. So she actually was, as I'm talking to her on the phone, it's the office phone, but she pulls up, I can hear her pulling up her results through an app that she signed into. And she tells me But she interrupts herself and she looks at the results going, oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. It changed. I'm sitting there confused going, what do you mean it changed? How does it change? If she didn't know, if she was like, oh, this percentage used to be different for what she's looking at her specifics. And she's not telling me everything because it's her information, but she gave me an overall saying what it was. And I asked her, did you only take one test? Did you only do it one time? She's like, yeah. So I'm just like, I'm trying to make sense of what she said, that it changed. And we're going to get into that because I find out why there's a fluctuation to say it changed. I don't know if it's this video and the next one.
Genetic tests usually use a method called genotyping, since 99.9% of the human DNA is the same in every one of us.
It's the same.
It's the same. How over 99% is the same. Meaning,
So you are human.
So
That's what they got. I can tell you, you're not a dog, you're not a
Like-
cat, you're not a horse, you're human.
that's interesting.
Okay.
So I almost want to say, does the word same mean identical? Like,
I don't know what their definitions are. They listening to these videos of these experts talk, like they each have their own dictionary of definitions to indicate what are they saying without saying it, because it's not all black and white. We've watched mad science videos, movies and stuff. We were just watching reruns of, and the lead scientist is absolutely obsessed with running the test on a power source that would fix all their problems, but they can't control it. They can't control the power source. It has a mind or an entity of its own, and they can't control it. And he's a scientist, and he can't figure out why. He can't control it. And he's obsessed with it because he wants to fix the problems and also win a Nobel Peace Prize. And even though it's written into a script on a show, that is a very good reflection of how scientists in general, like they take something and they want to fix a problem. I said, like men, if something's broken, they want to fix it. And I'm like, sometimes you just leave it alone. I mentioned before with food, we were talking about in our last stream, maybe, or some other stream. So there's nothing wrong with the food unless you convince yourself there's something wrong with the food. You think you got to go in there and do whatever to, natural food, not box food. Box food's always had a problem with it. They just keep making it seemingly taste better and better. Natural food.
Genotyping doesn't look at all the 3.2 billion base pairs.
Whoa! What the heck? Genotyping doesn't look at all.
In every one of us. Genotyping doesn't look at all the 3.2 billion base pairs.
Okay, it doesn't look at all 3.2 billion base pairs.
3.2 billion. Wow.
Tiny little dots on a screen.
It only focuses on a few hundred thousands of them. That makes up that 0.1% that differentiate you from others.
Look, did you just say that not much is different between me and other people?
That's confusing in itself because, again, he said 99 point whatever percent, we're all the same.
Human.
To me, yeah, we're human. Percent or more. So he's basically saying this 0.1 teeniest of percent is what makes you you. That's it.
In that less than 1%, I'll call it. There's hundreds of thousands. I don't have to list it again almost.
Up that 0.1% that differentiate you from others. So if you want to use Ancestry.com, for example, they will look at some genetic variants to determine your lineage. But it's important to know their method of doing this.
It's unfortunate his accent isn't picked up with not language, but lineage.
When they receive your sample, they will compare your results with reference populations in their database.
Exactly. Oh my God. The other video, I had to play it twice, 3 times over, and then show Joe, and I'm like, are they saying what I think they're saying?
So even what he just said, there's 3.2 billion freaking, oh my gosh, there's 3.2 billion, but they only use a few 100,000 out of the 3.2 billion. And what he's saying is they take your data, integrate it into that hundreds of thousands to see where you fit in.
3.2 billion base pairs. I guess he's talking about chromosomes. Focuses on a few 100,000.
A few 100,000 of them. That makes up that 0.1% that differentiate you from.
Yeah, so a few 100,000. So they don't need all of it, apparently. They only need a little bit to say you're different from somebody else. You are not 2 people. You are not.
Others.
I'm not going to get into clones right now, but you are not 2 people.
So if you want to use Ancestry.com, for example, they will look at some genetic variants.
They will look at some genetic variants
To determine your lineage. But it's important to know.
to determine your lineage. Some. Just gonna take a sum. I don't know about you, but I don't think some. I want some of the truth. I want some of the information. Give me a little bit, it's good enough. I want to watch some of the movie. Maybe for the first 20 minutes and then whatever. When it comes to certain things, like some, too many it's way too much Swiss cheese. It's too many holes. Be like some.
Their method of doing this. When they receive your sample, they will compare your results with reference population.
That's key. They compare your results, which I get. Compare your results with a reference of population. So they have to already have a pool of volunteers, of tributes, a pool of tributes to compare it to. Makes sense. Some of it's funny when you listen to some of the scientific people talk. Some of it makes sense. They call it, I would call it common sense. Sure, with your story of information. The next video is so much more entertaining. But who's backing and financing, and that leads to manipulation of data all the time. Like some of the information. Why some?
In their database. But these databases are fairly new, mostly coming from that 26 million new consumers who bought in on the
Fairly new, 26 million new customers.
DNA testing craze over the last couple of years. So the results you are getting is not really a look into your family's past, but rather how strongly a few unique markers in your genes resemble different modern populations around the world. Unique markers look into the last couple of years. So the result you are getting is not really a look into your family's past, but rather how strongly a few unique markers in your genes resemble different modern populations around the world.
And that's what my mom got with her DNA test.
Wow. That right there tells you damn near
that right
everything.
there. And the other expert in the next video, in her own words, just say it right there. That's reference point. I'm gonna play it again.
testing phase over the last couple of years. So the results you are getting is not really a look into your family's past, but rather how strongly a few unique markers in your genes
A few unique markers in your genes resemble different. Is that what it was? A few.
family's past,
Yeah.
but rather how strongly a few unique markers in your genes resemble different modern populations around the world.
Keep wanting to leave it there.
Yeah, so that's how that's why they're comparing, is to basically not necessarily differentiate you, but to put you in this pile of going, oh, well, you go into this pile, you go into this pile,
So
this pile.
geographically, I'm like, geographically, how do they pin you down geographically? Is it minerals and diet? Like certain, I remember hearing this in a friggin' TV show. Blindside. That was a cool show. Well, the first couple seasons, not really. It just stretched out. It got stupid. I'll just say the first season of Blindside. The DNA testing from dental records of a teeth being pulled or lost, punched out, whatever, because they're fighting. The lead scientist, she's very digital. She looked at the results from a tooth that said, technically, this person is from South Africa. But she was saying that this person also resembles the missing person from somewhere in America, New York or upstate, North America. But minerals of what is in the diet with where you grow up at was some indication to say how they can find what region you're from, or was it the paperwork that people handed in also? Guesswork. This is like more questions than answers of what exactly this is all about.
Different modern populations around the world. And the exciting trace percentages of ancestry from faraway lands, I'm sorry, but they are
Say that again.
modern populations around the world.
So modern populations around the world. The exciting
trace percentages of ancestry from faraway lands.
From faraway lands. I love it. It sounds like he's telling a mythical story from faraway lands, like in a galaxy far
away lands.
Faraway lands. So well isolated villages in faraway lands.
I'm sorry, but they are well within the margin of error and not conclusive at all. So when
because nobody's spitting in a tube. Faraway lands, margin error is
wow.
Elizabeth Warren claims that her test results show that she is 0.09% to 1.5% Native American.
What do the facts say?
Oh, this was funny. I didn't expect this to pop up.
The facts suggest that you absolutely have a Native American ancestor in your pedigree. Okay.
Well, maybe not.
I like how even in his own research work, just the skepticalism was just like, what the fuck? Oh.
Look, it's still amazing that we achieved all that we can find and record.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck did you achieve? That 99% of people who spit in a tube are humans?
You're
That's all I got out of it. I can prove that you're human. And that the fill out the survey so I could fill out the letter and make
what did he tell her, that she had some Native American in her or something like that?
It was
apparently was the wording.
What's a play on words? Yeah. Claims that her test results show that she is 0.09% to 1.5% Native American.
That she's 0.09. Elizabeth Warren claims that her
That was Elizabeth Warren claims.
test results show that she's 0.09% to 1.5% Native American.
What do the facts say?
What do the facts say? Word it. It's a word salad. Yummy, yummy.
The facts suggest that you absolutely have a Native American ancestor in your pedigree.
Okay.
Well,
Even in the smallest little
Native.
percentage of
Native American pedigree.
Mm.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. If I go, and I'm going to say this, if I go to a pizza place and I order a pepperoni pizza and they put a 0.09% piece on the entire pizza, and I lift that lid and I go, where, this is not a pepperoni pizza, and they go, yes it is, look at that tiniest little speck right there, that is a piece of pepperoni, therefore this whole thing is a pepperoni pizza. Who would laugh? Seriously, I mean, honestly, you would say no, put some freaking pepper, that is not a pepperoni pizza. So this is this is hilarious. Oh dear.
So interesting.
And then he sits there and says that's probably false. It could
He's
be a
even
piece of sausage.
skeptical
It could be a
because
sausage or a mushroom. It's like, we don't know what it is. It could be a mushroom. It could be a green pepper.
what
We don't
he's
know.
saying is why he's skeptical of why that you can take a little bit and run with it. He goes, there's more to it than that. There is more to it than that, but he's not even explaining all of that of why it's shared in our nation.
maybe, maybe not. Look, it's still amazing that we achieved all that we can find and recognize genetic markers.
You can find and recognize genetic markers. It's so vague. It's such a wide, anything can happen margin.
Specific to certain populations around the world. And there are a lot of happy stories out there where ancestry testing
Also, a lot of not happy stories out there.
help people find long-lost family members. Ancestry tests used to give you clues into your family's past can give you hints about your own future.
Now hold on. What, he just hold on. He just said your family's past right then. But earlier, not too long ago, he says the DNA test isn't about looking into your past at all. It's about pointing where you are now modernly. So I which is it?
Mm.
Does it do both or does it do one only?
I don't think it's him that says it. It might be the next video where I heard one of them say they can't go back but 3 generations because you were here. If your parents are here and your grandparents are here, that's 3 generations. They only have about 3 generations of data hanging around. If we were to add our kids, that's 4 generations. So futuristically, sure, it's more about the future. Ancestor-wise, my parents are my ancestors. My grandparents are my ancestors. My great aunts' ancestors.
So that's why they're able to currently find connections and people who are probably more so alive, right? Not entirely, but that's why they're saying this is more for modern, like you said, the past generation or two. That's why they're able to find these siblings or parents, someone within that 1-2 generational. That's what this is about. This ain't about going 3, 4, 5 generations back, or this is about modern into the future, like you said. So if
It's
you're,
both. I see it as both, because
yeah,
if you don't know something and you want to know, or even if you don't want to know, they can use it against you, because not knowing is a type of fear and paranoia that they can play on you, especially if it comes to medical stuff. So my grandma, my dad's mother, is still around. She is 97 years old. To say the DNA genetic testing or whatever genetic science has been around for at least 100 years or more, my grandma is 97 years old. My dad is 70, and my oldest sibling is 46. And his oldest child is 22. So you've got like 20, 40 years of in between ages sometimes, to 20 to 30, of saying like the generations that you could say, oh, we've got 4 generations, we've got 5 generations in our database. It's manipulative to say that because it's current to saying my grandma's in there, my dad's in there, I'm in there, and I put my child in there. That's 4 generations. This doesn't go back past 1900. I'm saying the generation information. If they were born and they chose to spit in the tube, so to speak, and they put their information in there, very, very likely, very, very few actually put their DNA in the system, whether it's spit or blood drawn. That's how they play on it. And then the webbing of how a family tree system works is basically just branching out. It's like, I always say webbing. I always think of those creative thinking web. I always call it in English class. They always call it a web thinking box or something. It branches out, kind of like webs, whatever. Because you have, most people have aunts and uncles, and then you get cousins, and we all have the same grandparents. So you can layer the family tree, because I created my family tree, but I have 2 siblings and 2 cousins, my dad's side. My mom's side she's got 3 siblings, and I have 6 first cousins, and one of my cousins had a buttload of kids. It was like first cousins, second cousins, and you're gonna get that 4D chess playing game going on. The spiraling double helix of yeah, I know I have connections out there. It's very limited, but they make it sound grand and really big. 26 million new customers that jumped on the bandwagon of, oh, you can tell me who I'm related to. You can generally tell yourself who you are related to, because that your family is right there. Unless, again, the unfortunate situations of you were orphaned and put up in foster care. There's those situations that suck. That even Joe's dad was given up to the state and adopted within the same year. But that he was 5. He was 5 years old, and he remembers the feeling of rejection and being placed from one home to another. He was 5. And it was so hard to hear and think about, because when we did this personal research, our oldest was 6. And I looked at Joe and I said, can you imagine how much, I'm sorry, I'm just like, that was the devastating news of looking at going, from what we understood about Joe's grandmother, She didn't give the kids up to the state because she couldn't feed them. Times were hard. She gave the kids up to the state so that she could marry a guy who said he would marry her, but he didn't want nothing to do with those kids. But she gave up the kids. She didn't give them to her parents and run off. She gave them up to the state because when we went to that family reunion, the eldest elder that was there knew everything and told us that information, and it was just like, oh, that's not the story we got from finding the guy who claimed that they were looking for his dad and his brother their whole life. I'm like, you made it sound like the state took him. You actually gave him up, and it was his fault. It was his doing, and hers. I'm like, damn, your grandma's a shady little fucking bitch. She was already married. He was off getting work and sending the money home. She wants to divorce him, give up the kids to the state, and run off with this guy who we found. I'm just sitting here like, that's fucked up. Oh my God, that is fucked up. What year was your dad born in? 53? You remember? Oh, 57. Your dad's the same age as my mom. I'm pretty sure. I'm just like, that is some fucked up shit to go through to find that information, and no DNA test was going to tell us that. It's like the hard truth of the issue. Oh, man. I'm just going. I'm going to back it up. Long lost family members, but the same technology ancestry test
used to give you clues into your family's past can give you hints about your own future. Companies like Atlas Biomed, Futuro Genetics, or MyDNA use genotyping as well, but they focus on very different genetic variants. They
focus on very different genetic pilots, I guess is the word. So the same idea, but they're looking for different, because it's more health related. And that's why Joe was like, hey, Dad, I want to go look into the family, because his dad had been diagnosed with a hereditary heart problem, and the doctor was like, do you know anything about your parents? He goes, no, I'm adopted. Oh, well, if you could find out. Otherwise, the doctor looked at his dad and said, do you have children? He goes, yes, I have 3 boys, Joe being one of them. So, well, your kids, more than likely, are going to have the same problem you have right now. And come to find out, when we found the grandpa, we'll just call him the grandpa. He was the only one around. He was the one married to Joe's grandma. He's the reason why she dumped the kids off at the state door and walked away. He was still alive. She passed away in the 80s from a heart attack. The information wasn't well known, even in the 80s, to say whether it was, because he had no idea. She just said she passed away. So it just like guessing game still. You put the pieces together. If it's hereditary, there it is. Say, take care of yourself. Doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter what. Take care of yourself. It's a big deal.
Look for how susceptible you are to certain medications and what kind of diseases you have a risk for. As I said, they can be a gold mine of information.
Because knowing is half the battle.
Mm-hmm.
It is really, really. I'm just
which to me, because of what he said that the other ones.
That's not what I wanted. Sorry.
What are you starting?
I'm trying to. As soon as I click on it,
Yeah,
then
they
the
go.
play button down here jumps to give me all the like it. I'm like, ugh. I'm just trying to pause it and then whatever. Sorry. Go ahead.
What he was saying is each company uses different,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I'm just gonna say platforms, whatever. So, which also made me think of earlier again, he pointed out that there's like what 3.2 billion or 32 billion, whatever. It's a crazy
It's too
number.
much for
It's
them,
way too much. So they have to
supposedly.
they like compartmentalize it to certain areas. And it, to me anyway, whether they're pricing it or not, who knows? If each company can focus on different areas and they can share that DNA supposedly with each company, that I'm just now again, I'm sure they all have their privacy issues and blah 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 and HIPAA and whatever.
Funding
I'm
issues.
sure they all have all that and tell you everyone that. However, that to me would seem to be more to
Buffer.
to that seems to be more prevalent to do if they use every single company using every single method to look at every different area. Now, if they were to
I
do
think they're
that,
making
but
it sound like it's a bigger deal.
yeah,
And
it's
that's why
trying to make it that way.
through the general population, they're just like, we're just giving you a little bit. You don't need to know all the details.
But they do.
Because then again, I'm sitting here going, all the details are the fact that I'm human and we're all related. Which to me, what I can pull together and look at scientifically, I think I remember this argument with evolution versus biblical time frame of how long people have been around. I think it was a recent one. There's again, it's all theories and arguments, and then it's opinion versus facts, and most of the facts are based off of opinions because it's still a theory. We can't prove shit. We just have
No.
theories and patterns and ideas, and I'm like, that's all you're kind of stuck with. That's the argument of not agreeing on anything. So the next video I pulled up already, where I think I wanted to start it at. It's barely 3 minutes in. You can find the ancestor you are looking for using your DNA and one tool available at every DNA testing company. Oh, you know what? Let me let her introduce herself.
Yeah.
Welcome to the very last class of Roots Tech 2023. If you're here with me in person,
I have captions. Hang on.
That's funny in itself. Welcome to the last class, because technically this is our last video, so
it's a seminar.
Let's hear a big like whoop and holler.
No, thank you.
Thank you, and if you're here at home, go ahead and whoop and holler, but don't scare the dog, because that's what always happens to me. He's like, no, don't scare the dog. We are a DNA education company. Right. I am founder and CEO of Your DNA Guide. I am Diane Southard. I am founder.
I'm buttons. I'm having issues. Okay.
You can't see it, I don't think, but Paul's here.
What up, Paul?
Paul's in the house.
You want to give him a shout out? Give him a shout out. Play it. Play it. I'll wait.
You'll wait? Okay.
I can't see. I'm on my phone. I can see it on the phone.
When she's 10 feet tall, and you go chasing rabbits, and you know we're going to fall.
I'm proud of my shout out.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's fun,
bad.
Especially talking about chasing rabbits. The DNA.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now, Paul, I know we said it before, but if you do happen to have any insight onto this wonderful topic, you're more than welcome to come up here and you know, chill with us for a little bit longer. We ain't gonna be going, you know, too much longer, but just talking about DNA, RNA, ancestry, you know, stuff like that.
Just hanging out, having fun. No pressure. Just I'm being very, I'm gonna say skeptical, but then I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe. So yeah, back to the video.
And CEO of Your DNA Guide. We are a DNA education company here to help you make use of that DNA test result that's just been sitting on your computer for months or years and turn it into something that can help you make family history discoveries.
Get it now. So that's who she is. I'm gonna jump to, oops. Right there.
That is a bold statement that I'm going to stand behind and hopefully convince all of you of.
I don't like that sentence right there. I don't like being like convinced. If you show me, it speaks for itself. When you have to convince me, it's like, yeah, you're pushing something. You're being manipulative, pushy. You go, my little red flags pop up everywhere.
By the end of this hour. Now, let me tell you a story. This story is about a woman named Kristen, and she was in my DNA skills workshop.
Now, I'm going to let her talk about this story example because the second time I listened to it, that's when I was noticing it, and then I played it again and let Joe listen to it, and he caught on a little bit too, and then I'm going to jump to 6 minutes. I think it's not that far off, but some of the things that she says and what she's, I want to say what she's selling. I don't want to call it a pyramid scheme. What was I calling it? It wasn't a scheme. Technically, it is a pyramid-based, I'm going to say idea, for how this DNA ancestry tree. I just caught that. I'm slow.
Ancestry.
Oh my god.
Your ancestry.
You know what? It's slow. I have to say certain words. There's a lot of words out there. I have to say certain words a lot of times to catch it. The ancestry, so it sounds like trees, and put it on tree. Like, I'm okay.
She was looking for a relative that was a slave. She was trying to document him. She was trying to find his connections.
I get how she's wording it, but I would have, to me, I like more details than not. I would have added in a year at least what this was dating back to. She's very vague, but using a like heart-wrenching story in that subject matter.
And using the tools that she learned in the workshop, primarily, guess what? The shared matches tool.
Which I think is her patented creation and her theory and her push, because she gets very pushy.
Yeah, she's very passionate about it.
I get being passionate, but there's just a certain mannerism.
Yeah.
To find a descendant of her 2 times great-grandfather's brother.
Okay, what does that look like on a tree? 2 times great-grandfather's brother. 2 times. So is it
great-gram? Yes, that'd be a great.
So is it 2 or 3?
Brother.
It's a little confusing on this word.
I know.
It's like wordplay, because so I'm like 2 times on her grandfather's brothers.
These brothers were both slaves. They were sold to separate states.
That would make her like great uncles, grandfather's brothers, great uncles.
And there is no way that they could have found each other except using DNA testing. She did it.
There is a way. It's called the analog version of writing it in the book. The due diligence of family, writing it down and
Yeah.
keeping track that way. But there is the snag of being sold and separated.
Right. Which,
There
like
is
you said,
that, but I have seen like the hard, or I haven't seen. Let's say I've seen the stories. I say I've seen it, heard the stories.
No, I was gonna say that. See, when it comes to indigenous, like you were looking with yours, when it comes to like the Oklahoma reservation, they have scrolls or rolls, as they call them, which would be that analog way of doing things. It's
Well,
all written
that's
down, and they have the backlog of what they have. So,
yeah.
like you said, if someone comes in with DNA, they can't compare and contrast a DNA sample to an analog paper. It's impossible. There's no way to do that because they're two separate formats.
Well,
So
there's also the separate.
analog is the way to go. Is the point?
The
Like you're
roll
saying.
is through the government's system of if they signed up between the years of 1889 and 1906, which apparently my great grandmother's sister did sign,
Yeah.
but my great grandmother, three greats, apparently did not sign it. But there's still a connection. That's through the system that's set up through the government. The reservation has their own system. They have their own paperwork. Because when I said that I have a date of when two people got married and they got married on the reservation, that's not in the roll, the government database. That's in their personal stockpile of analog paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, yeah, we can look for that. We like to look for that when we were talking to the lady in the genealogy department. She goes, we have that. If it matches up, we have it, so to speak.
Really quick, I would like to say welcome to everyone hopping in chat.
Welcome.
Flat Earth Handy, Mystical Rock Grounding, and many others who have shown up and trying to figure this genealogy, DNA, RNA stuff out.
Yeah. We had audio problems the first time we went live, and I'm still having buffering issues. You know what? Probably because we're on the same bandwidth of internet. But I buffer more than you. Yeah, I just keep buffering too much, so it works to have my icon up and not see me. So.
Yeah, but once again, we do have open panel if anybody wants to hop up here and give their 2 cents.
But she didn't use any fancy tools. She used the shared matches tool.
Okay, that's a fancy tool. Just saying, that's a fancy tool.
And made that incredible discovery for her family.
Lay it on thick, sell your product.
So, the shared matches tool fits nicely into what I call your DNA guide, the plan.
See, it comes with a package deal.
This is the plan. Now, it looks kind of
crazy. Let me take the captions away for a second.
Yeah.
This is just one of the plans. It's like simple enough.
We got someone hopping in here with us.
Ooh.
Are you ready?
What is that saying? B5. What? Who is
we
it?
got London in the house.
Yo.
What's going on?
What's going on? Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, man. I'm
What's
here.
up?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I had a bit of free time. Children gone to bed now. Time for daddy to have a little smoke and a chill out, you know.
Oh, what time is it for you?
It's 7 o'clock. Well, 10 minutes to 7. 10 minutes to 7. The children gone to sleep now. They got school in the morning.
Oh. Yeah, it's almost 2 p.m. here in Florida.
2 p.m. in Florida.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
10
sir.
till almost 2.
Okay. Interesting. Still early.
Very early.
Yes,
Mm,
midday.
exactly. And I'm pretty sure there's people whose time is a bit more behind than yours, right? On the West Coast or something like that.
Yeah, California's 3 hours behind,
Yes.
Mm,
which is like,
So they would be going on almost 11. Yeah.
correct. That's Pam and that, right? That's Pam. I think Pam's over that way.
in California, I think. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
there's a
she's
few
Arizona.
over there.
I think
Oh,
she's
Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that time zone is somewhere in there. I think it's 3. Because Kansas and part of Texas is 2, only 2 hours, but it does make a difference. 3 hours behind.
Yeah, that's why I miss out on so much of the juicy content, because I'm always playing catch up with you guys. Even though I'm ahead of you guys, I'm having to play catch up sometimes.
Right? I feel that way too. I'm like, oh, because the time zone even off by 8 to 12 hours. I'm sitting here going, oh, they finished the live, or if I'm up late, you guys started or in the middle of the live. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is strange because, yeah, like you said, some people like yourself are playing catch up, right? And we're sitting here waiting for you guys to do something. We're like, geez, we gotta wait till like 4 or 5 o'clock our time. We're, we're the ones waiting, and you're like, man, I gotta get going.
Yeah. That's wild.
Oh my goodness. You got anything going on today?
I wasn't really. I was possibly gonna leave it for tomorrow, to be honest. But
There you go.
yeah, I ain't got much planned. I didn't have anything planned. Nothing scheduled.
Ah, cool. Yeah, we don't schedule too much a lot. We just kind of, shoot
It's like
from the
we're
hip.
winging it, but I have ideas and things that I just kind of grab at, and I'm like, okay, let's just do it. Let's just go do it. Let's be more casual about it. Just throw it up there and do it. Where we could probably do a weekly one, and we're looking at the idea of our Monday and Tuesday, but there's that 48-hour period of how early or how late. Where I'm thinking right now, like we were trying to go live at like 11, and our audio wasn't working. I'm like, early seems to work out. If other people time zone wise, that way, because if we go live late at night, the rest of the country, like all the way to West Coast, is live, and we're just like, it's just a lot of options. It's like too many options. We can just be an early day option.
Yeah. That's a fact.
We're very flexible with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely welcome anytime. We're doing lives. We most of the time we have kind of open panels for the most part, depending on what's going on, and we're just trying to talk, and think and figure stuff out.
I want to say I do more of like whatever might be like interest in research topic. I'll bring it to Joe. Be like, okay, how about this? He goes, I don't know. I said, well, here, watch these videos, look up this information, tell me what you think. And I feel like for the last 6 months or more, I've been out of it, and I want to get back into it. So I started, here's my notes. I started looking into stuff that I call it patterns. I know that you talk about patterns and seeing stuff with the eye.
Okay.
The eye pattern. So I was like, what do I want to look at? Ooh, there was a pun. Eye. What do I want to look at? And the recent thing that came up was, does water hold memory? And that was even from Black Sheep's last video talking about memory. So I went looking for some information, and I took some notes down, and then I was re-looking into the golden ratio. And I got confused at one point with what they were calling it phi, which sounds like pie. So I had to unscramble my eggs in my head about why they sound similar, because our English language has a play on words that's like a play on Latin words, kind of like it was just a splinter in my head. So I started taking notes and re-looking at things, and I was like, man, I guess it was a good break for almost 6 months not to really look into stuff and let it marinate on a subconscious level and get back into it, because I would hear Bill talk about, Paul would talk about, and then I just was like taking my time and just being distant with it, because when I stepped back into it, I was like, man, I feel powerful. Just like this DNA stuff of looking into it, just in the overall view of going, I got questions that you're not answering.
Mm.
And I can tell by the way you're wording it, you don't want to answer it.
Yeah, very vague statements.
So then I'm like, let's go live and tear it apart. And maybe even, I don't care, prove me wrong on a question or a statement that comes up. And I was like, we're just going to have fun with it. It'll be chill, relaxed. Because I said it a little while ago, we just don't know shit. We don't know. But we do see patterns, and that does actually indicate we do know something. We do know something. But having fun with it.
So what are your thoughts on probably what we're talking about here, London, about DNA and ancestry and your past?
Well, with the past situation, that's just like a total mind wipe, in my opinion, at this moment. So many things is leading me down different roads, but you never know what to believe when it comes to the past, right? But for the future, they're kind of showing you their plans, right, for the future in the patterns that we see, even within the movies, and the type of how would you call it, laws that they put into place, these type of things. You can see they're shaping their future, right? We can see it happening. But with the past, sometimes it can be a bit sketchy. But I've started to look at stuff from the 8th century, and the 8th century seem to be speaking my language. They seem to be talking the stuff that I'm looking into now. So that's a little bit of confirmation coming from the 8th century. But with the DNA, it's hard to say. I don't know.
Are you looking at architecture?
Yes, architecture, but the main thing that I've been studying, looking at, is the nature of this realm. Like, what is it and where are we? And through my research, right, it seems to be they're pointing towards, micro, macro, and for some reason the macro eye, the eye in the sky, and the reflection and these stuff. And this is what the people in the 8th century was saying, right? They were saying we are a reflection of the moon, basically. We are the moon, it's a reflection. And they were speaking about the people understood that we lived in a macro God, right? We lived inside of a creator. Within his eye, they said they lived within his eye. And to me, this is quite fascinating, because even though I was looking down this route, and I would have never known people in the 8th century was also talking about this. I had a little inkling, and my inkling led me down to the 18th century, and this is what they was talking about. And I've heard a few people like God Give Lemseth talk about living on the moon, in a crater. And I've come across my own research, right? Let alone his stuff that I've dabbled in, but my own research, and it seems to be pointing that direction. Like, we are the moon, we are a reflection of ourselves. I found the crater, I found everything now. So
yeah, that sounds. I want to say like we are the moon, like a reflection of ourselves, like almost in a spiritual, like poetic description. That was because I asked about architecture of what you're pointing out of, I guess, how I see patterns of, like the Gothic cathedrals,
Mm-hmm.
the Romanesque like churches and stuff that are built way, what looks like way back then. Is I'm like, why? What's the symbology or what's the story are they telling in the, I'll call it the artwork around the building? I'm just drawn in to go, how, why were they living a certain way? And finding the symbology of, and I kept looking at Joe going, or actually I looked at our daughter and I said, this was their iPods back then. This is how they told the stories from one generation to another, or this is how they shared. It was a sentence that was said in, I remember a documentary I was watching about, decorated the castle was a reflection of their education. It was a classical education. It was all about the mythology characters. That's how we refer to them, or I refer to them today, is Greek mythology characters. But it's not just the main characters. There's so many smaller characters and the reflection of these stories. And I'm like, we need to re-dive into this of how did they live and view things back then, and what always seems to be the curious, we're still curious today. It's like your research, you're still curious, and you're finding that back in the 8th century they were just curious, and it's a really cool connection to feel like we have all that in common, and we're finding these patterns and pieces,
Yeah.
talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the gentleman in the video that we watched said, 99 point some percent we're all the same. Humanity is literally all the same. 99 point some odd percent. So there's very few percentage that makes us different, supposedly. But even within that small percentage, what did he say? There was like 3.2 billion
Base
like
pairs
based
of
pairs
so much to look at.
within that 0.1 something percent. So
Oh, that was hundreds of
if we can
thousands.
even mathematically go, if there's 3.2 billion pairs within such a small percentage, imagine what the full 99% would be added to it. It would be just beyond astronomical. I don't even think a number would be that big. That is massive. I'm just like, oh wow. And so the only thing that we're looking at, or should I say the science, I buffered, they can only study such as to, a small molecule of our DNA. They can't even get outside that. We are that, I want to say, complicated as a species.
Perplexed. We're that
It's
magnificent.
just like, wow.
Well, the other day, right? We was watching something. I showed the lads something that I came across, right? And they reckon they found, how would you put it, like the smallest particle, right? You know, like when you go down into the Mandelbrot, right? You know, when you go down smaller and smaller and smaller, keep going into something smaller, right? They reckon they found the smallest, the smallest beginning point, basically, right? But when I took a picture of it, when I threw it in the Google Finder, right, it came up to do with stuff with the eyes. You understand? I'm thinking, how could this be? NASA presented it as the smallest fractal, right? But when I threw it in the Finder, it's coming up to stuff to do with the eyes.
Wow.
Yeah, very interesting. Very
It's it's always said that, the eyes are the gateway, right? There
correct.
really is something to that. And I think it's a lot deeper than we can comprehend to a certain point.
Well, Joe,
because
check this
that's
out.
deep.
Check this out. Look, if they say we are souls, right? I heard people talk about we're light beings first of all, right? Now, when I hear that, I hear soul, right? So if we are soul, remember the eyes is the window to the souls. So our window would be the eye, right? That is what we're looking out of as our viewing dome, the eye, and we're the souls. So that's our, yeah. So
Yeah, which is again interesting because I don't want to say all, stereotypical, but I want to say a majority of women, that's how they see if someone's lying, right in the eyes. It's right there.
I can see it in Joe all the time. I'm just playing.
It just comes so naturally.
I'm like, who ate my sandwich? He's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
He starts looking at the floor. I don't know.
Right.
The dog does it. She won't. I'm like, is this yours? And she looks down and she gives me the side eye. Like, do you want to share?
Nice.
But yeah, the eyes very much.
Let's play some of this video so London can see it and get see what his thing is on it.
Some input.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just combine two words. Some input for where we picked up at.
Complicated. And the good news is you don't need to master every single step for the plan to start working for you. Today, we are going to talk about the ways that the Shared Matches tool fits into this plan. There are 3 key places that we use the Shared Matches tool within the plan, and I'm going to take you through those specific locations.
So the lady talking at this seminar, I believe she is what did I call it before? I want to say the program product, the Shared Matches plan, is like her baby, her creation. She's very excited and passionate over it, but also a little pushy.
So let's start by first understanding what is the Shared Matches tool. What is it actually doing? So this is you, and you have 2 sets of chromosomes. One you got from your mom and one you got from your dad. So this is chromosome 11 and chromosome 12, 1 copy from each parent. But when we start trying to track 2 different chromosomes at the same time, it gets really confusing. So we're going to collapse it just down into 1.
So, any questions from the class? If not, it's okay. I just have to pause it once in a while.
Yeah, you can keep going.
When the Shared Matches tool is employed, what happens is you and your match, somebody else who's taken a DNA test, are going to share a piece of DNA, which means that piece of DNA has been found on the same chromosome location.
Okay, because even that for me is like match the DNA, so the same chromosome location. This is like my 5th time listening to it. I'm still.
What is it? Is it like an ancestral test or something they're talking about? DNA stuff.
That's what they're claiming. I'm gonna go with that's what they're claiming. To say how she's presenting it, I'm very skeptical for the what do I want to say? How much it works, but it's Shared Matches tool is what the product is called, a software product.
Right here, just like this, on this little piece of chromosome 11. Guess what? It does not matter that this piece of DNA is on chromosome 11.
See, that's what's confusing. If you're going to tell me something and then say it doesn't matter, then why did you tell me?
Yeah.
This is why this is the 5th time I've listened to her talk in this video, and I had Joe listen at the same time, and there's more coming up where she's talking, and I'm like, why would you tell me something that doesn't matter? that is a head game piece of confusion. And I'm like, what is your agenda? Why does it sound like it's probably, funded by, it doesn't matter. Just make people buy it.
Now, this is my soapbox.
See, this was confusing. I'm like, she went from this doesn't matter to this is my soapbox, which I think she's trying to say her drama box. Because I'm like, soapbox.
Yeah, why would you call it a soapbox?
She's got peers of science experts that don't agree with her theology. That's what she gets into for 10 seconds.
I have just stood up on it. This soapbox, I love to declare that you don't need any kind of segment tracking in your genetic genealogy research. Now, to avoid the passion that comes from being on my soapbox, I'm not going to stand there all day and preach about this. I have this opinion.
I have this opinion. And I'm like, I don't want opinions, I want facts.
But there you go.
Yeah.
That's why I said she gets pushy, and it's just, you just opened up that little door of saying you've got people who disagree with you. Well, that's going to happen in any field.
Yeah, because
and all the time.
Now she's becoming subjective instead of objective.
Pushy.
Yeah.
You got annoying.
Paul said demographic DNA in the chat.
Yes. Demographic DNA. Yeah, that actually comes up too.
And other experts in this field have a different opinion, and that's okay.
Right? I just said opinions, because I guess it's a theory, but they needed a lot of participants.
My number one job today is to tell you that if you are not interested in learning all the cool science stuff involved in tracking chromosomes, you don't have to. This talk is not entitled Chromosome Tracking, Segment Tracking, the only tool you'll ever need.
I don't like the way she said it. I'm like, the way people present themselves with their own, it's like condescending and snarky. And I'm like, it turns my attention span off from trying to even be interested in what you're possibly selling to help people figure things out. Why are you snarky about it?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking to simple-minded folks who, don't know all the ins and outs of chromosomes, and they want to figure out who their great ancestor was.
Yep.
It's called the shared matches tool, the only tool you will ever need. So don't worry about which chromosome it's on. All that matters is that when you use this shared matches tool with one other person, what happens is you get a list of other people. Those other people are your shared matches.
Shared matches, but not. That's what I told Joe. I said, so they came up with their own lingo. She didn't say relatives. They're just shared matches.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm like, whether it's recent or ancestors, like, it's just like, I need another dictionary because they have their own definitions for the words of what they're trying to create and market with this product. Say it's shared matches.
So really quick, Paul is saying that what she's getting at is that you don't have to track it as the DNA does the tracking for you.
The DNA does the tracking for you. The DNA does the tracking for you. What you mean, like once it's been maybe loaded into the machine or something? Is that?
Well, it's weird because what she said though was it doesn't matter if it's on this gene or that chromosome.
This chromosome. That chromosome.
So it don't matter if it's on this chromosome or that one. It's, huh.
They are related to you in a similar way that this initial match is related to you.
That's just a lot of wordplay. They're related to you in a similar way. That this initial match is related to you. It's like you're just dragging something out, making it harder than it needs to be.
Mm. Never heard
That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what chromosome they're on. It matters that the shared matches tool is a filter. Do you see how I made it a filter icon in my image? That's all you're doing. You're taking your big, your huge match list at your DNA testing company, and you're whittling it down into just a small group of matches that matter.
Okay, interesting. So it's more like a filtering system. Okay, but that all depends how much of a big of a match you get, right?
Yeah, what she's saying.
That's the interesting thing about it is when I first heard this a little bit ago, the first thing came to my head was whose standards, whose algorithm, who determines, or algorithm, AI, whatever, what and who determines what's my match and on what scale? Because if you're saying it don't matter the chromosome that it's on, then what are you using?
Yeah, because they don't use all of it.
The match.
They use certain pieces of it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what they don't, because the other video we were watching too, the guy in the video said they don't use all of it. They take certain parts of it. And I'm like, that's where I'm like, I will probably dive into the chromosome.
But I mean, wouldn't they only need just a little bit of anything anyway?
Well, when they're talking about the specific details of what they're doing in the lab, they don't share it with the general public to help them understand. I would have to do like more of why they're generalizing what they're saying. Of not, like she said earlier in the video, it doesn't matter what the two chromosomes match up and you're a match. And that's what she said. I'm on my little soapbox because differences of opinion in the field. That with her theory, theology paper, I'll call it, a theology paper, I have a theory, and here's my software, computer program to run my theory. It's just her theory and using these parts of the chromosome. And that's what Joe was pointing out and saying you have multiple companies using different parts of the chromosomes to kind of. Yeah. What exactly are you guys trying to figure out?
Hold on. I'm gonna share screen mine really quick because I think it'll. No, I put it back, so mine should pop up. So right here, DNA is the genetic material of an organism that is packaged into the chromosome. So the DNA is in the chromosome itself.
Okay.
Chromosomes are made up of a single long linear DNA molecule that is tightly coiled around proteins. Okay, so the picture, so you got the DNA strands that make up the chromosome, and what she's saying is it don't matter.
But some parts don't matter, basically. They're picking and choosing, like cherry picking. But they're not telling you what they're picking and what they're not picking.
That's the confusing part, because on one hand, she just said it don't matter what DNA is on the chromosome. Well, if it don't matter, then what are you matching it with? What are you using for these matches if it don't matter?
she's got double talk going on basically.
It's just weird.
This video where she's more pushy about it. The other guy in the video, the expression on his face and the sentence he said at one point, he was sharing his own skeptical feels about his own expertise. He's an expert in the field, and he was like using Elizabeth Warren as an example to why he's skeptical of saying how you take a little bit and you run with it for DNA testing. Ancestry. I think it's the skeptical part is ancestry. Modernize wise, if your relatives are brown and they spit in a tube, and you can move forward from there.
Which would make sense because modernly, like us living essentially, you have what? Generally 3 generations alive at one point. Generally speaking. So if they've been using all of this data, for the past 50 years even, you got what, 3 or 4 generations at max. 3. So for them to be taking all of the information, I would say more recently, and compiling it into going, hey, you do have a possible sister or brother or aunt or uncle, alive, possibly. Everything is modern within 2, maybe 3 generations. They can't do nothing outside that. If you're looking like back before, the DNA testing does nothing for you is basically what they're saying.
Yeah, because the other guy said he filled out a survey and gave him all of the information he knew, which is what's written down in the family book. If you have the names and you know about wherever your great-grandparents moved to and lived, and occupation, where they got married, like information, you hand over the information so that you I want to say they use a triangulation of information that you hand them. That's the analog work, the paperwork. And then they take that with your DNA and then they stand there and say, hey, look what we found from all the information, more so from the paperwork of tracking information down, and then try to find common denominators with people who don't know stuff, and then giving them a guesstimation, a very broad, generalized guesstimation with people who probably do know. Like, technically, my dad's side and my mom's side, they do know about 150 years back. Because they wrote it down and they made copies and they shared it with everybody in the family. And then I hit a wall where I can now go, I'll say a wall that had a door in it that has a connection to the Choctaw Indians in Oklahoma. They have their own private information. You have to prove that you have a connection with their lineage, that I could probably go and talk to them and say, here, this is my great-great-great-grandma. Here's her name. Here's the information. Here's her descendants. So it's a legit connection, because the lady even said, if you have a name, more so the more information you have, the more we can confidently say and agree with, yeah, you are a descendant member of the tribe. Even if you've been, there's I'll call it a slang term for not being, being more European than indigenous, looking for married out to, and the family genes, as she even said, gets very watered down or blended as the generations carry on. But the family name in the book of who they married, offspring, that they are more secured with they can confirm with their own paperwork than DNA testing. Because she even said she's got a DNA test and it just says Indigenous North American. It doesn't say a tribe. It just might say region of South America, like South North American, like near Mexico, or northern towards Canada. It might give. She's even like, I don't know how they really do it, because she said her husband tested DNA test, and he was like close to the Montana region in Canada, and she's more Georgia with the indigenous. It's very vague, but it says Indigenous North America. So it's still a lot of guessing.
Yeah. So I would venture to say that if individuals are wanting to do DNA tests to find, again, the
specific
the modern era, of living individuals, then I would say it would be beneficial, because more than likely they're alive. But if you're doing the DNA test more so for your past fourth, fifth, sixth generation or whatnot, it's not going to do a bit of good.
Yeah,
It
I
is
think
what it seems.
the last video, the gentleman says, I believe he says it, and then she says it's a little later on in the video. They really can't get past three rates. And that's depending on how many people participate. Because my grandma is 97 years old. Is still living. She's 97.
Yep.
To say close to 100, just saying in the last 100 years, she's, let's see, her mother died in the 80s. So if this was around, let's say she spit in a tube and they kept it. Let's say my great grandma, to my grandma, my grandma's alive, my dad's alive, I'm alive, and you have children, we have 4 generations right there in 100 years. And going back to the 80s, we would have 5 generations of information if my great grandma participated in it. So that's how they're hoping like people participate, honestly, to find anything that goes that far back. If my 97-year-old grandma spits in a tube and sends me information, then they have what I'll call older DNA to work off of. Otherwise, it's very modern of the here and now. But also filling out the paperwork going, oh, yes, I'm from Texas, and this is my great-grandma, or her mother's mother, her grandma's information of being from this tribe and where they lived, and information of, they live in Oklahoma now, but they came from, I think it was Georgia. Sometimes it just depends on, depends on how much information you give over. Because I'm sitting there going, I'd rather just spit in a tube and you tell me everything. That's the fantasy version of what they make it out to be. They said 26 million people, roughly, whatever company they signed up to. 26 million people. That's a lot. That were new customers that went into this, tell me where I'm from. 26 million people. Minimum. From that one video we watched, and that was from a year ago. I'm like, that's a lot of people, and you guys are still talking a guessing game.
Yeah, they're just doing circles. They can't, they still can't figure it out.
That's why when she says certain things, I'm like, what are you looking at? What aren't you looking at? Like, what? Something's a little sneaky and shady going on.
But that's the thing. Most people at this point, I want to say in modern times, right? Most people understand that when it comes to science and scientific, with DNA, RNA, molecules, we've been getting down to the nitty gritty, so to speak. Now, is there way more to get to? Of course, there always will be. However, if we're to the point where we can, spit in a tube and they can tell us everything that's going on with us right now. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you have a potential for this, heart disease, lung disease, liver, whatever. That, I mean, they can tell you all types of stuff about you. But if you ask about your past,
It's very generalized.
That's very interesting. That
Unless you filled
they
out the
can't
history of health information.
exactly. But you, like JJ pointed out, you shouldn't have to fill out nothing except for basic information of this is my name and this is my address. When you're done, send me the results. That's literally all we should have to do, because they're the scientists. They're the ones that should be writing it all down, going, oh, wow, you're from here, you're from there, you have this health issue or not. Or what's the point of doing all the scientific work if you want me to give you the answers?
The reverse psychology control game, because bringing up the health, we can tell you what you might be prone to. We can tell you if you have, see, I'm very European looking, but some of my ancestry indicates indigenous, which can be Hispanic, which could be Spaniard. I think they call it Spaniard. If it's Hispanic related to Choctaw, I don't know all that. That's like similar to Hispanics in the Black culture. They say is more prone for like heart disease and diabetes. Even on the smallest percentage, they could manipulate that information as a fear tactic to like not just make me want to eat healthy and exercise, but I'll get ready to take medication. Because I'm like, what is this funded by? It's DNA, it's testing, and genetic stuff is usually funded by medical. That's always follow the money kind of problem of it is fun and cool to know stuff, but there's also the dark side to it.
Hey, I just got to quickly send a voice note to someone on my WhatsApp group. I'm just going to mute up for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, all good. All good. We'll keep going.
They matter for your research goal. So,
I'm going to back that up.
A group of company, and you're whittling it down into just a small group of matches that matter. They matter for your research goal.
See, I almost just realized, like, they matter to your research goal. That's another play on even to say, because it's so important to you, they can dangle the carrot in front of you. They can give you slight information or what seems like a lot.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's why I said earlier, it's that carrot before the horse crap.
Dangling the carrot and playing
Dangle
on
that
your emotion.
carrot.
Society, we look for today, we look for a tribe or a people to hang out with and connect with. And we also look for similar connections of where you're from. I grew up in Michigan, you grew up in Florida. We bond on similar connections, even if we're trying to figure out what's my history, where am I from? I've heard a lot of people's stories, not just like your dad. He was adopted at 5, he doesn't know anything about his family. And even your mom said he has always wanted to know. He doesn't open up and talk about it, but she's been married to him for a very long time. She would tell you, because it would actually be, it's painful to feel that rejection, that memory from when he was 5, he was rejected. And your mom would share that with you, and knowing that's how your dad felt, it stops him from opening up and talking about it. It's a very vulnerable spot to say you can exploit it. Companies do exploit to make money off of it, to see whatever research they can get out of it. Is there any true harm in what they're doing? We have no idea, because I feel like there's a lot they're not talking about to use against you, to come back and use it against you. Otherwise, it's just what is that? One of the old stories from the Bible, Genesis and Enoch, with the they're just gene splicing. They're just trying to fuck shit up again. It's just messing around with stuff. And that is what they're not saying. They're not saying it. They're not saying it.
Well, yeah, exactly. They're it's like they are, but they're not.
So, when these people share DNA with you, they do not share DNA on this same exact segment.
See, there's their own words of saying segment. That kind of throws me off. What's the definition here? Because who was I listening to? They were saying a different word. They all use different words to describe something. They're saying DNA, they're saying chromosome, sorta.
That's not how this works. In fact, these people all share DNA with you on their own segment, and they share with your match on a totally different segment.
That's
not confusing one bit. And then she's going to say it doesn't matter, right?
That is statistically, biologically.
I don't like that word, statistically. That is manipulatively. I like to use the truer word, statistically, manipulatively.
The way it most often happens.
Most often.
okay.
Guessing game.
Okay.
It's a 50-50 chance. Roll the dice.
But guess what? It doesn't matter. Did you hear?
She said it. It doesn't matter. Why are you telling me shit that don't matter?
That go back and just play the thing through. That way there's no skipping.
These people all share DNA with you on their own segment, and they share with your match on a totally different segment. That is statistically, biologically, the way it most often happens. But guess what? It doesn't matter. Did you hear her up here? She's got this.
It doesn't. Again. That is.
I'm going to play this through because what she put up there, those 3 statements, questions, why it doesn't matter.
Somebody's asking, well, which chromosome do you match on? What are your start and end points? How many SNPs is that? Guys, it doesn't matter.
But she doesn't explain why it doesn't matter either. But she just pointed out 3 questions that I would have never, unless I knew more about the DNA, and saying that. Which chromosome? It doesn't matter. What are the start and end points? It doesn't matter. How many SNPs?
SNPs in the DNA.
Well, that's abbreviated too, of SNPs, but it doesn't matter. So she has, I'll just let it play.
How many SNPs is that? Guys, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're sharing DNA with each other. That's all the information that you need to find the breakthrough that will take down that brick wall.
But if it doesn't matter, that's a good pause. Say, all these questions have a don't matter answer.
That's it. Shared matches tool. So what does it even mean? What does it mean when you share a match? It means that you share an ancestor, ideally. Okay, it doesn't always mean that, but most of the time.
So
ideally.
So they don't
it doesn't
even
always
know.
mean that.
So they don't even know. And you know what? Paul just said it, because they don't know.
They don't know.
Exactly.
It's a guessing game.
They are
26 million people have participated and they still don't know. And that's in the last 5 years, maybe? I don't know what the time frame is. 26 million people.
This is this is like the worst Russian roulette thing kind of thing. Just roll the dice and see if it
time that list of individuals, okay, doesn't always mean that, but when you share a match, it means that you share an ancestor, ideally. Okay, it doesn't always mean that, but most of the time, that list of individuals that you see on that shared matches list will share an ancestor with you, and with the other people on the list.
Ideally, not a guarantee.
Hold on. So did she just say that basically at some point in this tree, you will share an ancestor? It doesn't mean that you're directly linked with them, but it's some point in cosmic time of birthings and weddings. At some point, you connect. I'm serious. Rewind it a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's what she just said.
It means that you share an ancestor, ideally. Okay, it doesn't always mean that, but most of the time.
It doesn't always mean that. Most of the time. So dodging your own statement to not answer that question, like, what do you mean?
That list of individuals that you see on that shared matches list will share an ancestor with you and with the other people on the list. But there is another reason.
Pause it.
On that.
So really quick, again, Paul is essentially making a statement. Basically, if two individuals come together, right, and have basic intercourse, no condom, essentially what he's saying is basically the male will be linked to that female basically throughout all time, because it's just linked in the DNA. Basically, yeah, it goes on top of her DNA, and it's just like that forever. And then it doesn't matter how many kids come after that, there will always be that smallest fractal piece of yes, and obviously, it'll get smaller and smaller.
Well, that gross me.
But essentially, that's what Paul's saying, is that's what she's getting at, is that there will indefinitely be a trace amount of somebody at some point in time being with that person, no matter how far that goes forward or backward.
Wow.
So essentially, we are all connected. We are all cousins. We are all brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles to somebody at some point in time. Isn't that wonderful? London, bro, you are my cousin.
What up, cuz?
What up, cuz?
Did you know that?
What's up, cuz? How you doing, boy? Cousin? What's up? I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
Yo, that's cold. I love that. Yeah, man. Big up to that. Yes.
I snagged that. I was like, I watched that movie so much as a kid, and a lot of topics come out of, and I start to think of movies because I've watched them so much. And I'm like, oh, so like that scene, I relate to it, and then I understand certain things better, and I'm like, oh, but it's also funny and relatable. It's like, what up, cuz? Because he does say the line before that is that we black, we all cousins. That's what that's what he says in the movie, and I'm sitting there going, I am white as a fucking cracker. I ain't got no cousins. I ain't got no cousins. Oh my gosh. Oh man. So yeah, that's what they were saying even in the other video, or the beginning of this video, the connection between the three videos. % of the DNA coming in says that you are human. And then whatever they're pinpointing and extracting to apparently tell us in a roundabout way, you come from this region, maybe. Possibly.
Hold on. Did you just say the DNA tells us you are human?
That's what they said.
Hmm.
It's wordplay.
Yes. In the previous video, the gentleman said that 99% of all of our DNA is the same. You know what? You should pull that back up. Can you pull that back up? I'm being
Well,
serious.
Yeah, what I was also going to say, here in the States, I don't know if they're doing it anywhere else. You can get your cat and dog lineage tested. You can send in your dog's DNA to see how much of a possibility, like our dog, we have a pit bull. She's a Staffordshire Terrier pit specifically for her size and certain characteristics. But she could also be a few other things, because even with dogs, they're more of the mutt mixture. Unless you have the paperwork to prove that their lineage is, I forget what the company name is, of being clean. They do that with racehorses. They do that with like show dogs, show cats, in the business of show, to have purebreds. Instead of half breeds, you have purebreds, or less than half breeds.
Hi, this is Dr. Bertalan Mescu, the medical futurist, and today I want to talk about what having a genetic test is like.
Hey, you!
Forgot where it was, where he might say that. We'll start the Human Genome Project.
You make it bigger.
It all started with the Human Genome Project in the 1990s. It took more than a decade and $3 billion to accomplish its goals. But in 2003, we finally had the first human genome sequenced.
Same spot where he paused it before, but $3 billion. And in 2003, they had the first human genome sequence.
Human genome in 2003.
Now you might wonder what it all means. The genome is the collection of our genetic information, 3.2 billion base pairs. It's the blueprint of every organism. Your cells work based on the instructions they get from that blueprint. The Human Genome Project deciphered most of these instructions and gained insight to what makes you, you. Skip ahead a few years and we had the first direct-to-consumer tests that cost close to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Skip a few more years ahead and genetic testing now costs only about $200. Let's see how they work.
Let's see how they work.
Yeah, let's see.
So, oh God, even watching that again when he said the genome testing basically tells us what makes you you. And I'm looking at that going, human makes you human. Your DNA basically tells you what makes you human. I think it's in the next part coming up.
Genetic tests usually use a method called genotyping, since 99.9% of the human DNA is the same in every one of us.
There it is. Maybe one hears it differently. Maybe hearing it again, we heard it different.
Hold on, he was going to say something.
Is that the kit? Is that the kit right there?
It's one of many kits that are, he's being probably sponsored by that kit, but there are so many kits now. There's so many kits.
Interesting.
Ancestry.com, 23andMe.
Well, do you know what? It's funny you say that, right? Because I believe some of these organizations, right, they approach certain people with followings and get them to promote their stuff and see what type of effect they have, you know, test out the waters, see if an individual person has enough pull power,
Oh yeah, it's just
yeah.
I want to call it marketing.
Oh yeah,
No,
there's definitely marketing.
I always forget that other word. It's the other word with marketing, but
this was what I was pointing out earlier when you hopped on, London. If they're saying that 99.9% of us are all the same, so you're saying that we're microscoping 0.1% and that's it. And there's 3.2 billion. Even on that 0.1%, they can't even get outside of that. That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, let me play it again. If if Lyndon hears it differently, I'd like to double check and hear anybody else's perspective of what he hears with what he's saying.
Genetic tests usually use a method called genotyping. Since 99.9% of the human DNA is the same in every one of us, genotyping doesn't look at all the 3.2 billion base pairs.
Don't want to give like too much. What he says there in the genetic test, the method called genotyping, since 99.9% of of the human DNA in this is the same in every one of us. The human DNA, I want to read it backwards, going, okay. We are the same. Each human DNA is all the same. Because there's only one race. So some of us aren't human.
There's only one race, apparently, right?
Right. We just come in different colors of the earth tone rainbows.
Mm-hmm.
99% of the human DNA is the same in every one of them.
Yeah, that's why they always say we all bleed the same. We all bleed the same color.
But I mean, even if you go back, let's go back a bit further, right? Let's go back to when it begins with the how would you call it? I forgot the names. It's Chef Jacob and Shem and all those people, right? You know, they were apparently were offspring from different people, but they all come from Creator.
Are you talking about Abraham's children?
Correct.
Oh, okay. We got Paul What the Flock with us.
Hey, heavy hitter.
What's the black sheep?
How we doing, my man?
Welcome.
Welcome.
I've got 5
We got some heavy hitters up here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead, Paul.
I know, saying I've got 5 or 10 minutes. I can have a quick chat with you guys.
Good stuff.
I will.
Good stuff.
My camera's not working right. Otherwise, I was in the beginning of the live stream. But how are you, Paul?
Not too bad. I'm just doing something and listening to you guys chat.
Is it helping?
Well, it's trying to word stuff that it doesn't get me banned.
Oh yes, yeah, I know that feeling.
But yeah, it's one of those things that I'm really intrigued in. You know what I mean? So I love this topic. Well, you got to think about it. People always argue, "Oh, don't do DNA tests and all this thing." They've already got your DNA. They've had it since you were born.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So you ain't getting away from it. And also, you know, you've heard about stem cells and things like this.
Yeah.
Well, the hospital sell the umbilical cord to stem cell clinics. So you think about it, they got your DNA again in that. So
yeah,
there's no way of getting around it.
No, what do you
know if anyone's worried about?
What do you?
You're gonna have your DNA.
Well, that's what I mentioned when back in the 80s or however long it goes back. People are more conscious about it maybe today, but when the baby's born, your heel is pricked.
Yeah. And think about it when you're at school, especially London will know this, within the UK, you used to regularly have nurses and different checkup in school.
Yep.
And God knows what they were doing, tests and different things. You had it in school. And you would be farmed into a room, farmed out of a room. Everyone has gone through it throughout the world. You know, you saw stuff in X-Files regarding aliens. And it's not that, but your DNA is on file. And what they can't do is, I've got Joe Cool's DNA, and here's your direct descendant.
until you go onto one of these sites, sign up, and then they can release the info. They'll just say, oh, you have hey, Mr. Jokel, you have a 72% match in Florida in such a state. And you'll go, who is it? Oh, well, I can't send it because you're not signed up. You know what I mean? It's basically permission to then use your, you know, because they've got your DNA, they've got everywhere mapped, and it's like a demographic map, as you know, and heat maps. And you'll have a percentage wise on where X amount of where you came from, going back, God knows how long. Basically, think about it, when you do digging up graves and stuff, they'll take DNA, but it's if you believe you can get DNA that way. So, you know, there's all different correlations on what is you.
I was talking to Joe about the shows. They push the DNA testing in the shows when they dig up the graves, or they want to identify.
Yeah, anything that gets so-called DNA tested is then on out there in the webs, and then someone will come along and have another test, and a little bit of matches. So it's like a menu, you know. This matches this, and this matches that. They just cherry pick connections. That's why you can't get like you'll get a direct descendant, meaning brother, sister, mother, father, and then you will have first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah.
And it just goes back to basically the old days that you'd have Mr. London McLovin running around, ancient Mr. London McLovin, whatever McLovin was doing. Then you would have another London McLovin down the road, but he would be big London McLovin.
Yeah, I was
I
was looking into more information on how the clinical townsperson would keep track of if there was more than one John Smith.
Yeah,
they would give it
basically John, the ironmonger, John Smith, Smith.
They would give it the occupation. They would give it a surname, even if it wasn't junior related, but it was the second. They had different
my
ways.
name, JJ, is either a knight or basically lackey.
Lackey? What's a lackey?
You know, like the steward, the servant, the slave, whatever you want to call them. It's either one. I mean, I know, like from tests, my dad's not done a test, but he spent, you know, on genealogies.
Yeah.
Physically going tracing, you know, our birth certificates. And where we come from is a Knight Templar stronghold from the 12th century in Ireland at one side, but you know, so you could either be one of them or you could be the servant, because you just get attached. It would be London McLovin,
right,
the knight, and he would either be a knight, a sir, or he would be a servant. And then obviously if you then got two people who like to call themselves London McLovin knight, it would be servant or a knight, you know what I mean? So that it goes so many ways. But yeah, it's just crazy how this is. I mean, I don't like saying, because I don't talk, but my father has a famous relative, and they've done, like, you know, on TV, they have done, you know, like a show, and it goes back. One goes back to 11th century. You know what I mean? So it's just weird how this works. But yeah, you're just showing from that program. They don't know, because everyone saw, you know, when we're doing all these things and we go, ooh, and we research. For instance, I'll show you this now, and you'll see it on screen. You all go, yeah, I've saw this. And I've talked about it many times in the video. Oh, well, she can't find it now, like. But anyway, no, I can't find it. It's so funny. But you know, when we were seeing DNA and they show you that lovely photo and it looks like stained glass, and that's not an actual photo.
What is it?
They've never really photographed it back then. That was just
conception,
like, basically. Yeah, scientific thing. You know what I mean? If you really look into it, it's like you do describing it, the chromosomes and the stems of 11s to you know, and they just thought that, you know what, we'll put it like this and put it gas, and it looks like stained glass, and how beautiful that is. And then people in the community get hold of it and go, oh, isn't that beautiful? You know, so it just makes you think of what is actual bloody DNA. What are we made of?
That's what we don't know. sending me those videos made me
Don't
think
know.
there's a lot of I don't know.
Yeah, it's like if you go make some. What's
lot.
one of your favorite foods that you can make? You have you have a recipe. Yeah, and that's basically what it is. Each of us have a recipe, and it's made up of this, and someone along will share some of them as ingredients. You know, and then you imagine, and then, like I was saying in the chat, I couldn't say it as politely as Joe said, but any female person who has unprotected sex shares DNA for life. It's for life. So if you have 10 partners, 11 partners, or thousands in your existence before you settle down or don't, that DNA is swimming in you.
Wow.
Right. Oh, you know what? It literally just popped into my head when you said that. Now, is that one of the reasons why they say that when conception happens, right, and the sperm enters the egg will get a hard casing so no other, can get inside? It is literally that sperm, that egg, and that's it. I wonder if that's because of what you just pointed out. Because if you had multiple partners, right, I'm not saying that they're alive, but there's still trace amounts, right? That could still be attached in there.
I don't know
so
how
to speak.
long.
So if it's just that sperm and that, maybe that's the reason why the egg hardens itself. That way, nothing outside foreign could get inside. That's wow.
But I don't know how long physically the swimming inside you. But then the end, what is, like I said, what is DNA? What is all this? But it's just what science say, that anytime you have a partner, you share the male DNA. Do you know what I mean? And that's why they try and use it's so hard. It's like contradictory. They're trying to use the female DNA, the mitochondrial. But what is if she's had a lot of partners in this soup? What is the original soup?
Wow.
You know, it's like
I was just hearing that more so. I think it was when the baby's born, going through the birth canal, that there's other part of the mother's DNA that gets caught in even the mouth of the baby. That's not. It's when it's there, it's there. You know, they get cleaned up afterwards. I was just hearing about this like a month ago, and I'm like, what?
And then I've just had another idea as well. Is no, it can't be that. That'd be really, really sick.
Go on, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
What if? I'm just using you two an example, so don't set this the wrong way. JJ Organics and whatever partner you had before J Cool is in your system. But what if you then got your mother's partner's DNA? Because it's still in you. And so on and so on and so on and so on.
So
think about it. There's so many, and again, I'm not using. So there's people who are white having black babies, and it's in the DNA, and so on and so on.
Okay. Are you saying like I hear what you're saying there, because that is, I mean, whether that's true,
DNA they call it.
Yeah. Okay, whether it's true or false, but I have seen evidence present like that. Women.
I mean, I don't know personally, but I've saw like you people, and they've come out and they said a different color bed, and like, what is going on here? Because that's your first thing, but you don't realize that it can happen. There's a small chance. Again, what is going on? So you getting this type of ingredient and going so on and so on from all your ancestors, because everything is shared down. That's why Joe Cool will look like his father, his mother, his granddad, and so on and so on. You're getting, I've got brown eyes, but my mum and dad didn't, but my granddad did. So you're getting things, traits, of different relatives. So that is DNA or something in your system passing these things down, like a little recipe. So you're gonna get,
my sister has red hair and green eyes, and they say that skips every few generations.
Like twins and triplets and different things like that. It's like, where's this DNA coming from, and what is accessing it, and who are you really? Are you 10% your father, 15% your grandfather, and then 80% your mother, and so on?
2% that one guy, that one night stand. Like looking at it, going, "That's why."
Crazy. That's wild.
The purity,
doesn't it? what is getting
That's
passed
crazy.
on inside you. If you have a partner and then you move on to someone else and then you have a child,
Yeah.
you know, what
Or
is
if
getting carried along?
I wonder if it can clean out of your system like a detox. If you can
They
clean
say-
out.
What I've read when someone told me a long time ago, I said, "No, that can't be right." And it's like, say what? Yeah, it doesn't actually say if it comes out. It just says DNA, parts of the DNA stay with you for life. You're always carrying around that person, and then you're thinking about what is in that coding. So you know, like coding a computer. You know, it's like, is that an access code to get through your defenses?
Access code.
Yeah.
I mean, that's partly one of the reasons why they probably would have said the virgin is so pure. It ain't been contaminated yet, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. That's what was popping in
That's
my
why they
head.
talk about pure bloods, and they always interbreed to keep the bloodline pure from
Yeah, that's
outside
wild.
extremities. No black sheep researcher getting in here or Mr. McLovin and Joe Cool. No.
But hey, check this out though, right? I mean, you know, half of the stuff that they promote to us, right? Really, we shouldn't be doing, right? Now, maybe half of the stuff they're doing, I want to say, should we be doing? Because they're not telling us that they're doing it, but we can see they're doing certain things that maybe, I don't know, would it benefit us?
Well, there's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. It's how you perceive it. You know, because you'll get someone saying, no, you shouldn't do that. But you just raised a good point. Whatever they're doing, supposedly, you know, should we be doing it? And then are we leaving ourselves open? There's no right or wrong. It's how you perceive things. And that's the conundrum. It is.
Yeah.
Because we're in a situation when we're thinking you have a perspective on something, and 99% of the community is saying you're wrong and you're opening yourself up to deep spirits and shit, but you don't feel that. You're following your intuition. And it's like I've said, everything should just be scrapped. There ain't right nor wrong. It's how you use it.
Yeah.
It's how you use it. You know what I mean? It's like the vocabulary, it's been bastardized. Does that mean you can't say it? Where did they get the information from? Was it regular use? Was all this thing where they keep living forever? Are they basically in tune with what we had? And we think, no, what? We're not letting them minions have it. Let them just keep, dying and basically coming back, and we'll just stick to what we know. Now, who says that's right or wrong? And people will then say, oh, well, there's a God. Well, your God might not be my God.
Right.
And who doing the league table? Who's saying this God is stronger than your God? Or are they just one God and people have just perceived it differently?
Yeah.
Is there more than one? Are we walking gods? So, it ain't just as easy saying this. And that's why I say to everyone, treat it as information, because we don't know. Who's telling you?
If I'm a walking God, I'm not doing very good at it.
It's like it's like you find evidence for something. You say, oh, look at this. I can trace this back to 15th century. And then I go, oh, I'm sorry, you're wrong, because I've got something I can treat it back another 100 years before that. And then go, well, I can do this. And then Joe Cool will say, well, a guy's a bit all you. I've got this to the 12th. And then someone will say in the chat, well, I've got it at 10th.
Right.
There's no rhyme or reason. There's no wrong or right. It's
Joe
just how
and
you
I,
use that tool.
Joe and I talk about perspective, perception, and standards. Whose standards? Because that came up in a conversation a couple months ago on someone else's panel that gave us perspective on what another person's dealing with.
Yeah.
And
we all have our standards.
And how you pointed that out last time you hung out with us. Is still looking at going, you in your shoes, but me in my shoes, it's just going how you see things differently. I think I was trying to bring it up in another stream.
We all have our standards. We all have our so-called morals. And what people are forgetting is I can't judge London, Joe, and you on what my morals are, because they're mine.
But it's also safety net boundaries for what keeps you safe and healthy.
That brings up a good question. Do you fundamentally think that there is what they would call the universal across the board, like you point out, your morals might not be somebody else's. Is there a universal moral?
Well,
You know
some
what I
people
mean?
will say yes, but then again, how universal? That mean just who was the first person that came up with it? Now, does that mean the first person is always right, or is the input from Joe Cool and London make that other real? You know what? London has a point there. I'm going to change that because I like that. And then Joe Cool will come in and say, you know what? But what if that rule was this? And then London, and then I'm like, damn, Joe Cool's even right. So that rule has changed just 3 times straight, just from an influence to 2 people.
Yeah.
Then you have other cultures and civilizations around the world.
Yeah, because Joe and I look at going, it's a case by case scenario.
Very circumstantial.
So then how do you judge? You judge from yourself, don't you? How you've been brought up and what you have learned, you judge then. So, you know, you judge that, and someone else judging it will judge it differently because they've been brought up differently.
Oh, yeah, because one thing we do, we homeschool. And we weren't brought up that way, and we got so much belittlement and degraded as if we were children ourselves, and we broke grandma's face.
Everything.
My parents just...
It's just that.
Yeah.
You're not going to get as easy as going A to B.
No.
You've only got to put it in your pocket for 2 seconds, and it's like that. That's life. So you're just connecting where your closest can meet up, missing all the other stuff. It's life.
Yeah.
We will say something is evil because that's what our morals tell us.
Yeah.
You know, what is the no? And if some people will say murder is a no. But what if that person just killed your family? Then you will say, then again, in that situation, I could possibly do that to defend my family.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no right or wrong. It's like I always said in my old video: if you're walking down the street and you see a woman or a man beating an old lady, you would automatically think, "Oh my, get that old lady free and help her."
Yeah.
But you didn't see the old lady just stumble out of a pub drunk, get in the car, and mow down that lady's or family's family. It's the context and the knowledge of what scenarios happened, and what happened in the community is. We're trying to get A to B, but we don't know what's happened in between. We're just judging it off what we can see. And people think that what you see is right. It's not. Your eyes can see lies.
Your eyes will deceive you too.
Yeah, everything's there. It has both good and bad. You know what I mean? And so there's no way.
The older I get.
Yeah, what is right? That's why we're all bollocksed.
Yeah, that's why.
A lot of it.
No, I was just going to say that when it comes to I got 2 D words. As I buffer, go figure. I got 2 D words.
It did itself.
You got diversity and you have division. There's nothing wrong with diversity, but there's something wrong with division because you shouldn't have those. They shouldn't go together. It's okay to have diversity because you can learn from it. You can't learn from division. All you're doing is butting heads. You're not going to get anywhere.
Like life, isn't it? And that's why it all rolls into what you're talking about on the show with DNA. And then you think, oh, damn, you're sharing DNA with other people, and then your ancestral DNA. And then don't forget about you might have altered DNA because of what is going on this site now, talking about different people being impregnated and stuff like that, and then there's stuff in vaccines changing mRNA things. So far, I've watched what I say now, so you don't get shut down. You know what I mean? But you've got that type of scenario now, is where
I can't remember
DNA put into the system.
One of the videos we were just watching does say sharing. How they worded it is how I think you picked up on it. That's why you said that shared the story of if a woman's having multiple partners, that sharing of DNA. And I kept envisioning like tonsil hockey, kissing is sharing DNA, not just the intercourse part, because it is sharing DNA. And I'm just like, oh.
Right, I want to leave you guys to it. I only popped on for a few
Thanks for
minutes.
stopping by.
I've got to jump off as well. Actually, got a few things to do. But it's been a pleasure, gang. It's been a pleasure,
Thanks,
man.
you guys.
Yeah,
Yes.
I appreciate you guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Good
But,
stuff.
Cool hangout.
so, can I leave you with this thought? Think about it now. The first person who so-called found DNA and then passed it and taught everyone else. What if they were teaching something that's porkies? Is a lie. They're not actually looking at DNA, they're looking at something else because everything gets a label. You know, and them in the know, could it be something else? Because like you're saying, she's supposed to be some expert. She's like, well, I don't know this, and I don't know this, and I don't know that. But you know, well, surely if you want to find a relative, you got to bloody know.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. You gotta
What
know.
aren't they telling you?
I would say
Bye.
if
Peace
you
out,
guys,
Paul.
Later, Paul. If you guys could
Thanks.
drop the links to your channels in the chat too before you go.
Oh yes.
I'll do that when I get off.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
Thanks, London. Thanks, Paul, Black Sheep.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, London.
Yeah, if you have, I keep forgetting to bring it up in the beginning. So 3 hours later, if you have a wrench on, you have a channel, or you have a video from someone else's channel, a video from your channel, a video from, or just a channel, or a video, and you want to share it, you have a wrench, you can do that. Whether it's London or Paul, it helps generate the activity of their algorithm, being that they share it themselves or somebody else shares it. It is I want to say a sneaky way of manipulating the algorithm is just share appropriate links.
Yes, please share appropriate links.
Super Sidewinder has a channel. It helps me not have to multitask so much, or Joe, and we could really focus on the discussion at hand. So, yeah, I know some people don't have channels. That's why I said you can link some other channel and their video if you're quite fond of it, and it has to do with whatever topic. I always say appropriate. Obviously not vulgarity going wild kind of stuff, but it doesn't have to be about this topic or research. It doesn't have to be anything related to this research. It could be about dogs and puppies and cats jumping because they don't like cucumbers. It's funny. I like funny stuff, like silly cats, we call it.
Yeah.
If you have a channel, a good channel, your channel.
Yeah, Angela, go ahead and
I have
throw
the
it in there.
intention to always bring it up in the beginning and then mention it throughout. It helps circulate using our channel, and you use other people's channel. It just helps circulate, makes the algorithm work, so to speak, of linking the channels. And also what I noticed is if I'm hanging out on someone's channel once or twice, if I leave YouTube, come back, it'll give me a recommendation saying other people that I've hung out with, like on London's channel, also hang out at this channel, and I might like that channel because there's a common denominator. What is that? I cannot think of the word. It's not marketing.
Angela needs a blue thing on your
Oh.
channel.
Yeah, if you're over on mine, I always forget as I'm just talking. If you're on both of ours, then double the algorithm circulation. You can hop over to Joe's, you can hop over to mine, and just pump it out.
Yeah, we double stream. We
each have our own channels.
Yeah, we stream it to my channel, and we generally stream it to JJ's as well. So you're more than welcome to drop the links in both. No big deal. Sharing is caring, remember?
It is, right? You know what? We'll take a short little 30-second, where's the video? Whoops.
For what?
A 30-second, it's like 30 seconds, right?
Oh, I got you.
Are you gonna click it?
Yep, I got you.
Okay.
All right, everybody. This is for everybody. We'll be right back in 30 seconds.
We're still here.
That's always fun.
That's our pep assembly. 30-second pep assembly. That's what it reminds me of.
Welcome,
You're
Angela.
a winner. You're a winner. We're all winners. Yep. Thanks, Paul, for hanging out and sharing insight and point of view. And channel. Just share your channel. And yeah, I was just thinking, Joe, the part where we have our icons over the dancing couple, we should challenge ourselves to learn that little routine and make a video for everybody to actually have us do it, because they high kick themselves. They kick themselves in the forehead.
Yeah.
That would be couples goals. We can work on it.
Oh, I
6
got
months.
you.
We give ourselves 6 months.
There you go, Angela. You can link it in my channel now.
Yeah, Joe and I, we view ourselves as viewers more than anything, but we do have fun learning some ins and outs of this. I usually call it, there's different platforms. I know there's Rumble. I'm not familiar with Rumble's platform, and I'm just technologically challenged. So challenged. But tech support is Joe. You can figure things out. And you homestead. Aw, share the crap out of your channel. You got my attention. Homestead, rescue small animals, and flat earth t-shirt model. Please subscribe.
Nice.
Oh my god, I love it. Ah. Hang on, I got distracted. I gotta click on it now.
Oh.
I'm clicking. Squirrel! I'm not distracted. I can be easily distracted. Ooh. Oh, you just made me hungry. That was from 13 days ago. That looks good. Veggie tray, cracker. Oh, I love green olives.
Are you screen sharing?
No, I just.
Why not?
I don't know, because I'm technically challenged.
I mean, we are sharing, so I mean.
Sharing is Gary.
Yeah.
Here is I went blank. I'm staring at her name, but I went blank.
Angela.
That happens to me a lot. Angela, baby, Carson, baby. Did you make that? Is that? Whoa! What is that? What is that? It's beautiful, and I don't know what it is, but I'm just staring. Wow. I love arts and crafts. We call it arts and crafts in America. Hey. Oh, so I got distracted again. More food. Here, from 13 days ago, this was her dinner. This is inspiring. Not just I love green olives. I have a big jar in the fridge. What are is that cheese? That we call it baby Bella cheese. We call it cheese and crackers, olives, orange and apples.
She's saying it's a picnic garden tray with her granddaughters.
Aww. Growing up, so your granddaughters, my grandparents never did stuff like that. We had spaghetti dinner. Same thing every time, spaghetti dinner.
Yeah.
It was something.
Spaghetti madness.
We had shared. Oh, Death by Cheddar. Yep. There's a jalapeno. Oh, I can't touch it. I can stare at it. I have a very sensitive palate. That looks good. I can't eat half of what's on there. It's not just a sensitive palate, but I have some allergies. But that looks so good. It's a crappy thing about having allergies. Oh, Epsom salt, powdered milk, Himalayan salt, baking soda, essential oil. I want to rub that all over me right now. That's just something. Oh, it disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Is that what that? Yeah, I can do lemon, Atlantic sea kelp powder, bee pollen powder, borax, coral, calcium powder. Eucalyptus is a little strong for me. Rosemary is kind of. I still want to like. If that's what it's for. I'm a little familiar with stuff. Sometimes I'm like, yep, I want to eat that up, and I want to rub that all over me.
Thunder Chicken.
Wow.
Welcome. I'm pretty sure Thunder Chicken has a channel too. If you have a channel, Thunder Chicken, you can
I have
put
to
your
leave.
link in there.
She's making me hungry. She's making me hungry. That's awesome. Oh, so cool. Yes, if you have a channel for yourself, share a link in it, and you can do both. If there's another channel or a video that you are fond of and want to share, it makes the algorithm circulate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I almost said cycle.
It helps. Well, it kind of does. It filters through the.
It spins it around. Even me clicking on it, it pushes the algorithm to go, oh, really? No. Okay then. Yep. No fees or hidden admissions here. You just hang out and share as we.
This is the chill and hang out, be it in chat or if you want to hop on panel and
say hop up and say howdy do.
Say hi, share some words of wisdom for us and everyone else.
We've been talking about I guess my ancestry lineage of information, and some of it, like a little small fraction of what I found out. We talked about Joe's a little bit. His dad was adopted at 5 years old, and there was a typo on the paperwork, so they actually had his dad's original birth last name, and my dad's side and my mom's side both kept family records of that. And then we were diving into some videos that I found about experts talking about DNA. And I feel very questionable, skeptical of how they were saying that they could find your ancestors. Very broad general statement. So.
Yeah. Well, since Paul left, we'll give him his own little goodbye.
Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And you go chasing rabbits, and you know
I do feel bad because when we play certain songs, Russia gets excluded because of the musical influence of the song depicts, not just the genre, but I've noticed that with certain music, if we make, even if it's 10-15 seconds, Russia can't hang out afterwards. It gets blocked when we finish streaming. I have several shorts where with music played to it, I'll get an email that says blocked in some territories, and we figured out. We click on it's always Russia. I'm like, poor Russia, just blocked in certain territories. No fun for them. And I'm like, it's 15 seconds. Now we gotta actually probably We should make one for DJ McLovin. And
Yeah.
he is DJ Pamela. We should like DJ Love. DJ McLovin.
We'll come up with something.
We usually, yeah.
Do we have anything else for the topic at hand?
We can just continue on with
Yeah,
video, I guess.
Yeah, wherever.
If there was a little bit more, I think
talking.
from her video is longer. I just don't. I cherry pick a little bit because a lot of times it's. I don't know. I'm just picking and choosing. This is where we left off. I think they're like, what does it mean? Exactly. What does it all mean?
Yeah.
Can't hear her. That's what it means.
Uh-oh. Did you forget the...
No, I think it's...
Click the audio.
Share a match.
There you go.
It means that you share an ancestor, ideally. Okay, it doesn't always mean that, but most of the time...
Oh, I like to have captions up.
That list of individuals that you see on that shared matches list will share an ancestor with you and with the other people on the list. But there is another reason why people show up on that.
This is where we left off, and then we jump back to the other video to talk about that statement, which when I read it backwards, really made sense of saying we all share same DNA of 99.9 for human. I didn't say it right that time, but so
yeah.
There's another reason. Dum, dum, dum.
Shared matches list, and it's really important to keep in mind. So if we're looking at a family tree, again, the first reason that you might share DNA with people on that shared matches list is that you all share a common ancestor. So we take this orange line up to our common ancestor.
I think that would just be the only reason, but then Paul opened up another theory or just blah in my head going, oh.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
It comes down, and people on our shared matches list are other descendants of this common ancestor. That's ideal. Orange line up to our common ancestor. It comes down, and people on our shared matches list are other descendants of this common ancestor.
I'm going to back it up another 20 seconds. What am I hearing? Do you know what she's saying?
That is, you just gotta kind of let it.
Okay.
You might share DNA with people on that shared matches list is that you all share a common ancestor. So we take this orange line up to our common ancestor. It comes down, and people on our shared matches list are other descendants of this common ancestor. That's ideal. Okay. That's what we want to happen. And that's what's happening most of the time.
Most.
But sometimes there are people in the shared matches list who are related to you in one way through this green ancestor, but they're related to your match in a completely different way. Through
what?
I paused it because I was like, I always get kind of like, what? Okay, 10 seconds, back up, then play.
In one way through this green ancestor, but they're related to your match in a completely different way. Through a totally different ancestor. So you remember, all the shared matches tool really says is you all share some DNA.
Thank you. We all share some DNA. We're human.
You know what? That is the same thing that I think the guy said, I think at the end of his video, when he basically said that very line, so to speak. We literally are all connected, period.
That wasn't the end of the video, but they make the similar statements in each of the videos, and I'm like, I look for expansions of somebody in that moment. I hate it when if it's further down the line, I have to jump back to 10 minutes in, and they finally expanded on it 15 minutes later. I'm like,
Yeah.
you annoyed me. I'm irritated. I'm hungry. I got to eat another sandwich. But I have my answer. You think I forgot what my other question was and all my notes of what I'm actually trying to listen for. So I'm going to play this again.
Really quick, I want to say hi to Jenny.
What's
Hey,
up?
Jenny. Welcome.
Mouse.
You are
Share.
here.
We're gonna. Well, you know what? Every time we should just. I want to say put that at the bottom, but we have a different banner scrolling the themes. Every time someone shows up, or every 5 minutes, or like, we should make a commercial. Our own little commercial. Welcome and hello.
Yes.
If you have a blue wrench, share your channel. Share another channel. By all means, make that algorithm work it.
Yes.
Work,
Jenny,
work,
share
work,
your
work.
channel.
Make it
Go for
work. It helps me not have to multitask and forget where I left off. You can go to both of our
Yes.
channels and share your channel and share another channel.
Yeah.
If you're very fond of
So-
another channel or a certain video.
Yeah. So pardon us missing your stream this afternoon a couple hours ago, but we were getting ready for this stream, so I'll have to catch up to that.
That's
a little
also
later, Jenny.
the fun part of there's a lot of people out there with sharing from their channel to even share or sharing to sharing that it gets overwhelming. Like they're live. I have when I'm on the computer, I feel bad, but at the same time I'm like multitasking. If I even have 4 tabs up, 4 different channels. And I'm like, well, I want to support you, but I want to listen to her. And I want to support you, but then they just change the topic. And sometimes the like ADHD power of 10 kicks in. I can sometimes be all over the place listening and supporting because the phone cracks out on me. What? To listen, support, and connect. It's a lot of fun. And also very overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yes,
so if no one has not noticed yet, the StreamYard link is pinned in the little blue button in the chat if anybody wants to join. And we're gonna keep rolling.
And I am full screen, so I can't see anything. And my icon is up, so you can't see my face because my camera, it keeps buffering. So this works better. And if somebody pops up in my chat, I didn't realize that name.
You just buffered.
I buffered anyways.
Yeah, you're buffering either way, honestly.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make everybody a mod. Did I do that right? I just bulletproofed something. What the? My chat was frozen on my phone.
Oh.
Holy cow. That too. Yeah. The last thing I had on my chat was from Flat Earth Handy. Flat Earth Handy.
Oh wow.
My eyes are really bad. It was stuck on like one comment and then I tapped it and then it just like the video was fine, but then it's fast.
Right.
Anyways.
Okay, here we go.
Let's hear this again.
A different way. Through a totally different ancestor. So
I'm sorry, I'm looking at your example map here going, there's still a common denominator. Did I not? Okay, I don't know. How does she, orange, green, and yellow?
ancestor, it comes down and people on our shared matches list are other descendants of this common ancestor. That's ideal. That's what we want to happen. And
oh my God. Hold on. I think I know what she's getting at. If you look at the orange, because we did look at Ancestry and kind of do some of our stuff ourselves. If
Yeah.
you look at the orange, that would be your direct descendants of mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, straight up and down path. That's why she said that's ideal, because it's a straight up and down path. The problem is when you go left and right. When you start getting into the cousins and outside of that, that's why she said, because the green and the
Buffer.
yeah, the green and yellow's left or right. That's why she said that's when it
See,
starts getting
that's
a little
what I
fuzzy.
don't like about wordplay description. Like, you make it harder than it is. Like, you don't need to sound that smart, and it wasn't even that smart. If I'm sitting here going, I still didn't follow you. But it's taking me like 3 times to watch this.
Time. But sometimes there are people in the shared matches list who are related to you in one way through this green ancestor, but they're related to your match in a completely different way.
See, it's wordplay of just avoiding saying great uncles and you have cousins.
Yeah, exactly.
You just keep using the same word of some people, some people, some people.
That would be like my cousin.
Okay, it was
That'd be like
overly
my cousin's
simplified.
brother and stuff. Yeah.
That's why I was
sure,
like,
okay.
she wasn't sounding like she was using big words and trying to be all smart. It was overly simplified. That's why I said sometimes when she's talking, I feel like she's talking down to me. And I'm like, nope, I gotta play it back. I didn't catch it. I still didn't catch it. Like, you're oversimplifying it so that she does seem superior and smarter.
Yep. Go ahead.
You oversimplify. It's my own problem.
Through a totally different ancestor. So it's so important that we remember all the shared matches tool really says is you all share some DNA.
Yes. All it says is you share DNA. All it says is you share DNA. Nothing more specific than that. So you're not half dog, half human. You're not a minotaur.
It does not guarantee a single recent common ancestor.
Whoa.
Wait. A recent
Does
common
not guarantee a single. It's multiple. Recent.
Well, it has to be multiple. That's why there's multiple matches. They're not going to give you just a single recent common ancestor. No. They got to spread it out, apparently.
No.
Well, it could be this, that, this, that. But it's still inconclusive because they even said that themselves. It doesn't matter. It's in the past. Let's go.
I should have grabbed that one.
Okay, so be careful. We use this tool as...
Wait, what do you mean be careful? Don't get too attached. It's just family.
If we're all related always.
Exactly.
Common ancestor.
Exactly.
Okay, so be careful. We use this tool as if we're all related always, but that's not the case. So, how do you tell the difference?
I don't.
That makes no
I'm more
sense.
exhausted and irritated.
That contradicts what she said earlier. She said it didn't matter. It didn't matter because we are all connected, period. And now she says, no, we're not. Make up your mind, lady.
We'll see what she says.
How do you tell if the people on the list share an ancestor or if we're just kind of all related in these various ways?
Wait, what the hell is that?
If we're... oh, my God.
Can I make this... Can I make this bigger? How do I make captions bigger so all of that is in like the same... Oh, right there. Is that how I make it bigger?
I don't think you can make the captions bigger themselves,
I'm
but
just gonna, okay, I can make it float.
Share an
Wow.
ancestors. That's not the case. We're all related always, but that's not the case. So, how do you tell the difference? How do you tell if the people on the list share an ancestor or if we're just kind of all related in these various ways?
It split up. Like, how do you tell the difference? How do you tell if the people on the
share an ancestor or if we're just kind of all related?
How do you know if we share an ancestor or if we're just all related?
how can you? Oh my gosh! In a weird way, I kind of wish London was here right now to hear this in Paul. Oh my!
Somebody else. It doesn't have to be those two. Just anybody. Somebody.
Anybody.
Did she say the same thing in two different sentences?
Can anybody else? Anybody want to help us figure this out?
Do we share an ancestor or are we just all related?
Oh my goodness!
Isn't that the statement? We share an ancestor, so we're related.
Yes. If they're an ancestor, we're related, and if we're related,
The only
they're an
thing-
ancestor.
London brought up, biblically speaking, with Abraham's sons. After the flood, Abraham, his 3 sons, their wives, spread out and multiply. It would all go back to Abraham. Because everything else, human-wise, Abraham and his wife, their 3 sons. So do we have a common ancestor, so to speak, if we want to use Abraham and his wife as an example? Or are we all just kind of related between their 3 sons? It's the same thing. I'm missing something, and that's okay. I'll be the missing link right now. I'm going to push play.
In these various ways.
Various ways. Because you have mom, dad, uncles, great uncles, you have first cousins, second cousins, grandparents. Usually when it comes to cousins, your grandparents connect you. If you have great aunts and uncles and they have kids, it's still a connection to your grandparents and your grandparents having siblings. There's no way around it. You're freaking related.
Are you surprised that I'm going to say that you do genealogy?
I thought she says it doesn't fucking matter.
That's what I thought she was going to say. I mean, she said it many times. I thought that she was going to say.
You do genealogy. Technically speaking, that's paperwork. Genealogy is paperwork. You do genealogy. Yeah. You have to do the paperwork. You have to go to the library. You have to figure out what Paul mentioned. And I had just seen a video that from this particular seminar YouTube channel, another speaker talks about how you have to go to, I'll call it the libraries, the genealogy libraries, and you have to do the grunt work. You have to do all of the old school research. And you have to learn how to read cursive.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's signature cursive, the cursive is all different. Because, it gets really complicated and fun. If you like puzzle pieces, if you're like, this is my version of Mathletes. I don't do math and Mathletes, but I do peopling through paperwork. I call it peopling through paperwork. Finding patterns of a different measure. That's a horse of a different color. That's right.
That's it, guys. There's no magic answer. You do genealogy. And as you're doing the genealogy with the people on the shared matches list, if you...
Oh, and the shared matches list. That's right. It's shared information. It's just shared information. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Find that common ancestor, then you share a common ancestor. If you can't find the common ancestor and you're beating your head against the wall, how come I can't figure this out? Guys, it might be that they're related to you in one way and related to your match in a totally separate way.
I really wish my camera worked because the expression on my face is priceless.
Oh my. How that's as crazy as going. How is
Can
my
I
brother
figure out how to
related
Google
my
that?
father? But
Okay, let me hang on.
What? What?
Can I be related to an ancestor in more than one way?
You're really Oh my gosh.
At what point are you not related to your ancestor? That's funny. When we say relative, we are referring to individuals who share recent ancestors. And when we say that two individuals are unrelated in this help article, we mean that their common ancestor is 9 or more generations back. So there's a limitation. And that's what she eventually says, or the other guy eventually says in the video, so we're going to play the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
They can't get back past 3 generations. What was the other one? What qualifies you as an ancestor? As an ancestor. Oh, an ancestor, also known as a forefather, forelder, and a forebearer, is a parent. The parent of an ancestor, i.e. grandparent, great-grandparent, great-great-great, and so forth. Ancestor is any person from whom one is descended. I'm just reading what the related questions came up with. Getting notification. Are you related to all your... This is crazy. This actually came up. I love this. I love Google. Professor Rat. Google got my back. Google got all the answers. Are you related to all your ancestors? Yes, I said that. Okay. You will have a very large number of ancestors that far back. Right. You will have a very large number of ancestors that far back. However, you can only have the DNA of less than 1,000 of them. Oh, okay. You know what? Let me stop share screening this. Let me take it off my phone. Let me.
Wait, you can only have less than 1,000?
Can I? Let me bring up. Are you related to? Oh, okay, there it is. I had to boop around, so hang on. I'm going to share screen. This is what was on my phone. This is what it says. You have a very large number. Oh, let me make it bigger. I know I say I'm not tech savvy, and sometimes I do shit like I know other people are like, I can't do that. How did you do that? It's scary. Is this slide? Oh, wrong way. You will have a very large number of ancestors that far back. However, you can only have the DNA of less than 1,000 of them. So, wow, it's still a lot. Most of the ancestors from 1,000 years will not have contributed anything to your personal genetic makeup because there are simply too many of them for you to have a sample from each. How did you figure that out? Where is the documentary of information without talking down to me and acting like, did I miss something? Did I miss a documentary? I know I've watched one, but I just have to rewatch stuff because then I have these, I don't want to say more questions,
Well, in all reality, this still contradicts even what the other two videos said, because the other
It's
two
that
videos said
realization.
that
Yeah.
there will always be something, no matter how small, attached to you, your DNA, RNA, your genetics. No matter how far
Yeah.
back it goes, you will have something attached to it. No
I
matter
did
the
not.
percentage. So
I did not foresee this live stream going like this. I didn't think this would
no.
be. I've been down this DNA information before, but honestly, your brains can't comprehend and hold it all in there. So when you take a break, like I mentioned earlier, I took a break for like 6 months unintentionally, and seemingly 6 months, maybe more. I'm stepping back into looking at things, and damn, it's like I see. Once again, I'm seeing things anew. I'm seeing things differently. I'm thinking researchedly better. I think I made that word up. Researchedly. It feels like. What's the next one? Are we all related? Oh, okay. Are we all related to one ancestor? In other words, each present day human has exactly the
same.
I stop myself as I'm reading. I'm not the best read out loud person, but my brain's like choking on the words. Each present day human has exactly the same set of genealogical ancestors.
Okay, so again, that contradicts what was just said before. So you can go more than 1,000. The one above
But
you just said you can't go more than 1,000, but this
is
said,
I'm sitting here looking at this statement. I'm scrolling up a little bit.
Wow.
I'm looking at this statement alone, going, "Is that what they're hiding?" She's got the zigzag. Let me go over here. She is zigzagging. That's what she just said right here.
no audio.
I did do that, didn't I? I didn't think I would do that, but I did do that.
You did.
I stepped in something, and it's getting really smelly up in here. Sorry, that's the only way I can describe it.
That they're related to you in one way and related to your match in a totally separate way. And that's okay. So,
That's not where it what did she say? Where was it? Wasn't it over here? Yeah.
not the case. We're
Yes,
all
it is.
related always.
Yes, it is.
We use this tool as if we're all related always.
She said it right there. We use it as if we're all related always, but it's not the case. So why would you use it one way and then say we don't? God, I love double talk when I catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, double talk. Are you kidding me? In other words, each present day human has exactly the same set of genealogical ancestors, alive at the identical ancestor point in time. I'm going to read the finish line. That is such a alive? Alive at the identical ancestor point in time. This is far more recent than when I think London brought that up. I'm not going to say that word. Eve was proposed to have lived. Eve, the most recent female line common ancestor of. Okay, it's more penetrating into the brain of like. That's why we like talking with other people at times. Sorry, like talking. I say at times because then my brain just gets overwhelmed, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go sit in the corner and eat my Cocoa Puffs.
Well, Jenny said I was kind of ranting about our weird interconnectedness earlier from the soul source connected to.
Sorry.
Yeah, That's because we all are connected in some. Yeah.
We are more. I want to say we are more connected, or it's just it's that it's hidden in plain sight. It's hidden. It's right there in front of us. They just make us doubt and question everything so that it's not. It's common sense, and then they play tricks on us. Even I can't get the words out right now. I'm like, it's right there. As I say, it was right there in front of me all this time. That's why we all get along so well, right?
Mm.
It's like, what do they say? We have so much in common that we can't be in the same room. What is that? Isn't there like a saying or something? My sister and I are so much alike, yet I would say she despises me. To say she has whatever idea in her head of why we can't even have a conversation, let alone if we're sitting in the same room. She's literally has her nose up to me. Anything I say, she's trying to angle and scrutinize and just criticize. I'm like, why? Goes back to when we were babies. Honestly, I think my mom knows, but she just didn't want to. It's like, you don't have to have a DNA test to dig up history. You just have to have siblings. You just have to. What was it? No, there was it's a line from a show. There's nothing like a marriage to ruin a family. And then the other one said there's nothing like a family to ruin a family. It was like marriage or just family. Just existing sometimes. People just okay. So each present day human has exactly the same set of genealogical ancestors alive at the point in time. Far more, okay, just. Okay, how many generations until you are no longer related? That's an interesting question. Based on a family tree, you are always related, but you may not be genetically what the hell? After about 8 generations. Basically, that's the main point. You have genetic material from fewer and fewer of your ancestors. After 16 generations, you only have DNA from about 2% of your. So how do they?
Yeah.
That's why they said they can't go back 3 generations. It's just kind of messy. It's really guessy. It's more like thin air. So right now, like I pointed out, my grandma's 97 years old. My dad's mom. I have a grandma, my dad, me, and I have 2 children. So just say that's 4 generations in 100 years. Because my 97-year-old grandma is still alive, my dad is still alive, I'm alive, and my child is alive. You can have 4 generations existing in 100 years. Unless you pop them out earlier, by the time you're like 16, and then the next one was 16, you could probably have 8 generations if you just double it. I was 26. My mom was 24 when you had the first kid. My dad's mom had a hard time, so it took her longer. Yeah, I would think if you popped half the age. Oh, is that why they think that having kids at 16, you need, it's too close together to have generation, like 8 generations in 100 years? So if you wait longer to have kids, you spread out that you have a bigger gap. You're more disconnected.
Mm.
Oh, evil doers. Society.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh,
because
I
they
need
have
more
been
coffee.
pushing. They have been pushing that barrier more and more.
Oh my God.
No, wait to have kids. Wait to have kids, or don't have them at all. But
Yeah.
nobody wait.
That's like a different topic of don't have it
Yeah,
at
yeah,
all.
yeah.
Well, it's still because society stressors and norms, but to wait.
Wait it out. Wait it out.
Oh man, there's a couple of reasons. Like, sure, wait it out, but I always thought it was even growing up. If I saw other cultures that had I would say even the school district that I went to and worked in, a lot of I'm gonna say there's a few cultures they had multi-family homes. The in-laws, it didn't matter which side of the family at some point. Usually, if the wife the wife marries into the husband's family, it's the husband's family. But there are times I know the Indian culture, the Jewish culture, the Chaldean culture, some Asian cultures, like they harness, that family structure. It blew my mind, and I thought it was such a special idea where I'm sitting here going, I'm Americanized European culture. We ship you off into a nursing home. Like they want nothing to do with you. And I was like, it didn't make sense to me. And growing up and seeing, well, the 80s and 90s working woman is too busy. And it pushes that gap. The grandkids don't know the grandparents. I had grandparents around me, but they weren't really interested in being around. They got invited to birthday parties. There was holiday get-togethers. But my grandparents, when I was younger, we didn't see them all that much. I have very faded images of knowing like they're sitting in a chair in the backyard. And I'm like, if you don't have kids younger and then the generation of grandparents, oh God, that's crazy. That also disrupts the family structure of support, because if you had your grandparents, like when we had our first kid, our daughter, my dad just retired and we all lived together. He stayed before he moved to the retirement haven that they have now. He stayed home. I didn't have to put her in daycare for the first year. And it is so much easier to not have to pack the diaper bag, get her in the car seat, get her dressed, change her again because she peed again, and then she spit up and she threw up, and everything gets messy. You have to do this repeated changing, cleaning, and then get in the vehicle, go to the daycare destination. And I worked at a school, and I had to be there crack of dawn and make special arrangements with the daycare to be open with somebody there, pay extra. And if I was 2 minutes late, they turned the light off and nobody was home. It was so fucking stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Where Joe decided, we were trying to figure out what to do. So he actually was working in a warehouse and they had third shift. They had an opening for third shift. So he switches to third shift. He gets $1 more an hour. And then we only need daycare 2 or 3 days a week. And it was only for 2 hours, but it was still the butt crack of dawn. Kind of saving money. Still doesn't work out. Just in the long run, just wow, such a domino effect of just having the family there, the family structure. Generation gap. If you have, wow.
Yeah.
My phone dying. Oh, it was fun. I think it froze again. It fell asleep.
Oh.
I give up. Okay.
Yeah.
Phone's scared. Ooh, that's a fun question. But no, because it just said the above one. How many generations ago is that? According to them, it would be no. According to what they do want to tell us, even according to saying, okay, let me apply what you told me. And I'm sitting like, I'm going to apply what you just told me. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to come over to your seminar and listen to you.
Yeah.
It says Limp Bizkit. It says Limp Bizkit above her head.
No, that's
rolling,
funny.
rolling. Oh my goodness.
But that's not the case.
I don't believe.
So, how do you tell the difference? How do you tell if the people on the list share an ancestor or if we're just kind of all related in these various ways?
How do you tell? Do you remember what she says?
Are you surprised that I'm going to say that you do genealogy?
You do the freaking bookwork. Book.
Yeah.
Book. I call it bookwork. It can be digitalized bookwork, but it's still bookwork. It is still like what she said. I know I was like, bouncing back and forth all over again, going, I found contradictions. There's contradictions. We are human. We are prone to error. But we like to, I'm human. I'm generalizing humans in general. That makes sense. We are prone to error and cover it up. Just it's just circle talk. Is that round and round? Circle talk, back and forth, double talk. I'm waiting for someone to disagree with me. I am on the edge of my seat. May someone disagree with me? Please disagree with me. Let me hear you say no. You're wrong. Somebody stop me. That's from The Mask.
Yes, hit that StreamYard link up there and come up here and tell us that we're just wackadoos and we're just getting it all wrong.
Wackadoos. Somebody stop me.
That's it, guys. There's no magic answer.
I thought that's what the sheriff's tools was. I'm going to use your words against you. The sheriff's tools was supposed to be a magic answer to get spit or get your blood drawn and send it in and then link it to the website with the software and it's a magic tool answer. No, you do genealogy. To me, when I hear that, is paperwork. You take the names and you go to the genealogy department. There's one at the library, and where we live in Florida. I had no idea that the library, like the county library, would have. But down in Florida, they condensed it all. One lady was talking to me like a year ago. So I was looking for their history and looking for maps and looking for whatever. She goes, oh yeah, and over here we have the genealogy department. I was like, oh, what? The genealogy. I'm like, why do I feel like this shouldn't be in the public library? But it is. In Michigan, that doesn't happen. It's like the genealogy department is in the basement of a laboratory, it seemed. It just didn't make sense. It was like unheard of. I'm not used to seeing it, hearing it. It was just mind-boggling. So do genealogy. Do genealogy. Which even has to do with maybe why I walk around cemeteries. I walk around cemeteries. We take the dog, take the kids, we walk around genealogy. It sounds creepy and morbid. I walk around cemeteries. Most of them close at night, so they're open from sun up to sundown. There is one cemetery that's completely gated off that we can't get into, I guess, without an appointment because homeless population. But I'm like, the fence isn't even that great. You can easily, you're homeless, you're gonna, if you don't care, crawl under or hop over. You can get in there. Mm-hmm. It's just like, no, it's closed. And I'm like, because the dead were complaining? They were making too much noise? I'm like, no.
The dead were complaining.
The dead were complaining?
What the hell?
No, I'm sure it was because people coming to visit loved ones' resting places were like, that's not okay. And I'm like, it's kind of saying we're all related, so it's a common area. If a cemetery is a common area, it's private property, but it's not. I can find loopholes. I'm sure I could. Just that's a different whatever. I find loopholes all the time. Oh.
You do genealogy. And as you're doing the genealogy with the people on the shared matches list, if you find that common
with the people on the shared matches list, so like Ancestry.com, I went in there, I made a tree, I typed in names, birthdays, and what the title is usually mother, father, mother, father, mother, father, mother, father, mother, father, mother, father. That's basically what it's like, grandparents down the line. My mom's mom, my dad's dad, and their parents and their parents. Actually, kind of maybe siblings. If it pops up and say, oh, we have a leaf for you. You are distantly related 8 generations. It's only there if the paperwork has been digitalized. It's only, yeah. Oh.
Ancestor, then you share a common ancestor. If you can't find the common ancestor and you're beating your head against the wall, how come I can't figure this out? Guys, it might be that they're related to you in one way and related to your match in a totally separate way.
That just doesn't make any sense. That's just a question I asked Google. What are the 2 ways? That's the only thing I can come up with. The 2 ways somebody can be related. No, that doesn't. By marriage or by birth. Cousins. Like my uncle or my great uncle married a lady. They had kids. Marriage and birth.
Yeah, that's.
But I'm only related to their kids. I'm related to my uncle and their kids, but not her. Past 8 generations, hopefully. The branch of the tree has spread way out instead of being just this little nub that didn't go anywhere. There's just too many kissing cousins. Oh, I need coffee. I need to take a nap. Well, I'm gonna play this another minute. Let's see what else she says.
And that's okay.
I'm glad it's okay.
So, using the shared matches tool on a match gives you a shared matches list.
How many times can you say shared match in a sentence? I know it's
So it's very important that you choose the right person.
What? Oh, I can't even let her finish a sentence. It's like a bazinga.
To run the shared matches tool on.
Golly. I'm done. You got to pick the right person. I'm done. I'm still screaming. I am. Where is it?
How dare you choose?
Where? Oh, come on. You didn't even pull it up.
Bazinga. 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 Bazinga.
I am just a simple, small-minded individual living in this crazy, fucked up world, but when I can't stand it anymore, I'm just like, fine, I'm done. I can't listen to it anymore. I can't do it. Can't. I am, you know what? I'm superior.
But I guess you're better than me. That's why you can't cop to your age. You're superior. He's superior.
Maybe Dave's not ready yet, Chuck.
You're not ready.
I'm not ready. That's it. I'm not ready. Oh my God. I'm not ready.
Hilarious.
You know what?
Grief.
I am fine with that because this is more like what's going on with me right now.
To do that? Oh, well, and the chop flew, so I lunged, and then the floor slipped, and then, whoo, and I just flipped, you know? I guess you just kind of had to be there. Yes, apparently so.
That's pretty much what the headspin is, listening to so many contradictory double talk in that. That's not even the whole video. I don't want to listen to the whole video right now.
No, I think that kind of did that one in.
Oh,
but I would.
This is fitting.
In an insane world, it is the same who's called crazy.
That's how I feel. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say. I mean, I was genuinely trying to figure it out, you know, and whatever. But seriously, the more I saw, the more I listened, I swear it felt like it did. It felt like we were both just like.
So what? Huh? What?
Huh?
So?
What?
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 So, well, did you?
What?
You know.
Exactly. You know. Oh my God.
That's about how I felt through most of it. I'm like
the family tree.
That was just.
See all that? It doesn't go any further back than it just doesn't matter. It's cool to think about and wonder and imagination. Wonder. My personal story of it's 3 generations back, maybe 4. And just unless you've got the family book and you can read cursive, see everything. Really? I think, yeah, I'm good. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need coffee. I got bamboozled and Bazinga. Like this was good though. It was fun. It was good.
All I can really say to everyone is the one thing that is for certain is there is only you and there will never be another you.
Well, we don't know that. 16 generations ago, it could have been another you. Because it's like twice removed from the family as if it was divorced.
Oh, jeez. No.
They've opened up the door of conundrums.
Yeah.
But right now.
I'm just trying to say.
Here and now.
There will never be another you.
Right?
So just
the here and now.
You. And let me tell you.
Just now. You are one. I can see it in your eyes. You're more one than anyone.
That was really quiet, but it's also a funny scene.
You are more one than anyone.
Are you good, babe? Do you have anything else to add?
Well, after I buffer, I think this was very, very beneficial. And again, shout out to Paul, Black Sheep Researcher, London, for joining us. Thank you both. It was awesome as always. And thank you all for.
We gotta play that one more time. Where is it? Because you were, I clipped it, but you threw it at you threw it at London. Where the heck is it? Oh my gosh. What did I do with it? Oh, there it is.
What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin! What's up, cousin? What's up? Well, I ain't seen you and I don't know when. Yeah.
I ain't seen you and I don't know when. And then I have this other one.
Right. What up, cousin? How you feeling?
Oh, God. Yeah. I know the movie clip is from Poetic Justice, but Even I was trying to throw shit together right before going live, and I just realized how white that cafeteria is. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Cousin. Now I like to say thankfully, I have both sides of my parents' family is more diverse of cousins. So I am not a good reflection of what my family looks like. Most of my family does not look like me, honestly.
Yeah.
Most of my family looks like a good melting pot. Is what it looks like. Damn, I think I feel like a bad representation of family. I'm dark roots blonde. It's like somebody called me a walnut blonde. I call it a dirty champagne blonde. None of it sounds good, especially if you call it a dirty walnut champagne drunk blonde. Just doesn't matter. I can't even like tan very well. It's like struggling to stick to get darker. I want
We
to
got all summer to do that.
I want to
Rest
be
of the summer.
tan.
We will get there.
Yeah, blue eyes, pale skin. I'm very European.
Until then,
I'm good
ready
with
to
it,
get
but
some
I want
grub. I'm ready to get
I
some
want coffee.
grub, get into the
coffee.
evening, and let you all
Really
enjoy
do.
the rest of your day. And thank you all
Enjoy
for
your
being
individuality.
Here.
I mean, I do.
That's
but
right. So
we're
until
all
next time,
so pretty.
JJ
And handsome.
and Joe Cool say goodbye and adieu.
Everything's over now, and all that's left is you and the infinite void.
Sending to outer space to find another race. I'm gonna send into outer space to find another race.
Hello, boys! I'm back! Wow, it's happening!
Don't ask questions.
After you. Oh, no, you first.
When you tell somebody something, it depends on what part of the United States you're standing in as to just how dumb you are.
Grandma, you can't just kick me out.
I can too.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
If you were waiting for the opportune moment, that was it.
Quick, change the channel. Hold up. Hey. This must never be seen by anyone. Why?
Here goes. I sped. I followed too closely. I ran a stop sign. I almost hit a Chevy. I sped some more. I failed to yield at a crosswalk. I changed lanes in the intersection. I changed lanes without signaling while running a red light and speeding.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yes?
Not you, him. What's your name?
Me.
Yes, you.
I am me. He's me. And I'm you.
You, me, everybody.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.